Just checking in here for a quick moment. I'm doing a little bit of training here in the background, so I apologize. Couple quick things here. They tried to sell this at check 1, 2. Can you hear me? Yeah. Just a couple quick notes here. They tried to sell this on the open this morning. The 15-minute of velocity is strong. The half an hour velocity is not strong, and the hourly velocity is strong. So we have a big bunch of supply above at 670. You want to see this tick up here. We're looking for this tick, a failure in supply at 670. We may get this 672.25, but we might not. It is possible we just start rolling in here. If you're looking to buy a dip, the dip is lower. I just want to show this to you on a hourly basis really quick so you can see it. You can kind of see this kind of like a pop and drop. Pop, right? And we might go a little bit lower, and then we are looking to overtake that 672.50 up there. Just keep this general idea here. Remember to be buying the pullbacks on the hourly trigger. And you see that supply up there? You can see it on Bookmap. There's a lot of supply up there. So you're going to expect this. It's going to be normal. We'll see more and more of this as we move on in time into the end of the year. This is a normal, like the elephant is there. They're distributing, although it's a process that could take into the end of the year. So just be aware of it. And I'll be on the show here in just a minute. Just remember your rules here, okay? Hourly trigger, half hour trigger. And also note that we could go violent up to some extent because we have a cross, a bull cross on the 30 minutes and hourly trigger. And we took out Marco this morning. Marco now is at 682.50. Much higher. He's no longer here, I assure you. He is not here. That seller, that guy, like, he ain't here no more. He's way, way, way higher. So you're just going to hit supply. Very normal. We need retail to be bag holders into the end of the year, or at 67 or at 7,000, excuse me. There's literally not enough time in the day. Oops, sorry. I'll be quiet. I didn't know you were on the phone. Apologize. I'm sorry. I love you. That's me. All right. I always like being here or late on up days, never down days. Check 1, 2. All right, here we go. Do-do-do-do. If I can be late on a day, it's always up days. All right. Now we do have some sellers here. Sorry, my ears. God damn. I got a lot of crap going on right now. I actually have stuff to do here. I'm working here in the background. Well, I was working on another computer, but I'm working here now in the background. I got a few more things I got to do here. Okay, so I want you to know that this 670 is a source for a roll. And there's something else here too. The half an hour trigger looks like shit. So there is some potential for a bigger roll down here. And I've already told you this, but you're gonna expect there's like Marco is I've been describing Marco to you. Marco is like twofold. There's like the seller Marco, and then there's that Marco guy. He's like not Marco from Fintuit, but like Marco is made up of different kinds of people or sellers, not necessarily people, but sellers. There's like the angry, I call them the angry spite sellers. They are higher now. So like I guess we'll call him Polo. That's what we called him already. So Polo is now, or Marco is now here. If you don't know, I'm going to tell you. God, there's not enough time in the fucking day. I swear to God, there isn't. I could, if they made a day that was like 36 hours, it would totally help. So Marco is up here. He has moved higher now. Do you know why? Well, I think I've said it a few times. We'll repeat it again. So Marco is, just to keep everybody on the same page so we don't have hindsight trading. We get a lot of that. I used to be that guy too. So let's look at where Marco is. So this is an important moment this morning for you. And for me too, which is this right here. This is Marco. And you have to understand that he was over here. He's over here. And do you see how he attempted to push down? And the moment we hit right here, he knew he had to move higher. And he did. He moved higher. And the same principle applies where we are. So he was up here, right? And the real problem here was you had Marco up here. And let me just do this, Marco, right? And you also had Marco right here. So Marco had come down to right about here. And we'll just say Marco is white. And we'll say that we'll do another one right here. This is Polo. And Polo is what? Orange. We'll do orange. Orange man. Try to simplify this for you here, but so Marco's now over here, right? And we blew past where, or actually I should stop that for a minute. Polo is like right here. So you come up here and Polo's trying to sell you down and you tick Polo's stops. So the moment you tick Polo stops, he's like, oh, fuck no, I'm out of here. Yeah, right? And so we come back up here and we meet up with Marco. And Marco's like, don't worry, I got this. Now this morning we took Marco's stops. So what Marco does here is he moves higher. And he's now up here. Not that high. Don't get too crazy. He's like right here. And this is the guy you got to watch out for. This guy is like, he ain't fucking around. And he doesn't take no for an answer. You can see it. This guy will hammer, 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 slam. Hammer, 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 slam. And in this case, he didn't care. He was like, hammer, 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 and fuck you Friday, right? Slam. So you got to be careful of Marco. He's a different breed of seller. He's the guy that hates me on FinTwit. Fuck you, Jim James. You bastard. I hate you. That guy. you can't trust that guy. So you got to always know where Marco is. He's up there right now. So who do we have right here? We've got Polo. Another form of Polo. So Polo is higher now, and he's trying to sell you down. He's trying to buy some time in here before we get up here. Now, what else is going on here? There's more going on. Our boy Marco up here, he knows a few things. He knows that OPEX is coming, Vixpiration. He knows that even if we get market of weakness, that we could be a little too high to get low enough to break trend. We might get down there and make some money. He knows there's money up there too. Even if he doesn't get the crash or the major correction, he knows there's money up there. Marco's a smart motherfucker. He ain't dumb. He knows what's up. This is a great trader, whoever this Marco guy is and his friends. They're not bad traders, but he knows a few things. He knows that we're heading higher. He knows that no matter what, he's probably going to get a better advantage and a potential. You'll ever hear like, what was that company out there? What are they called? Spot Gamma. And they'll say stuff like market of or potential weakness, right, on OPEX, Vixpiration, Vixie. So this guy knows that if he moves higher, that he has a better vantage point to send this lower. Make some money. He doesn't know if it's going to blast down and start rolling underneath the daily trigger. He has no idea. But he knows that his vantage point is better. So if you know that, then you also know that Marco will probably, because you took his stops right here, if we come down here, he will likely help you, believe it or not. He'll buy some OTM calls. I know, shocker, right? And then he'll hammer this shit down again. And he'll repeat this process as long as he has a window. And he's got some smaller windows. He's got a window in OPEX, in Vixie, or what we call Vixpiration, right? He might have another window on the 27th to 31st, just after all these big reports, right? So he's got a window in here. And he has a window on the, not quite the 27th, but the 27th to 31st. He has another window that lasts. He has another window. So he's got a window. Let's draw these in. He's got a window in here. Window of weakness, they call it, right? He's got another window of weakness that starts over here, and it doesn't really, I would call this green. His window begins over here, and it doesn't quite end until about OPEX. I would say middle of, I think OPEX is the, is it the 20th of November? So he's got a chance to like stab this down right here, jackknife, right? It's got a chance again. You've got 46% of the S&P 500 reporting between the 27th and the 31st. You got bulls thinking we're going here. But you come into these earnings and what normally happens, right? Maybe you get a squeeze. Maybe they just sell into you. The real trade for 27th to the 31st is over here. I'll be honest with you. But he knows that he's got this opportunity in here, right? If it crashes, it crashes. He knows he probably has some kind of another opportunity, even if we go up and down. He's got another opportunity somewhere in here. And not only that, though, there's one bigger thing here, which is his window expires. And there's a thesis here. And I want you to think about this. There is a moment in the market where the year is over. And you've got people that have been long. You ready for this? Going back from September and October of last year. And the lows from February into April. Those people. You might not know who they are, but they're there. And those people and Marco, if they don't get enough down, will say what? Fuck it. Let's get some window dressing. And not only do they say, let's get some window dressing, but they say, let's max it out. And why do they want to do that? Because even a seller wants to be with momentum, right? And when's the next best chance after all of this for momentum to be on a seller's side? Probably December 31st to February 18th, right? So the market fucking violently goes up. They're tired of fucking fighting it. They've had their windows. The market blasts to the upside. Even if it's volatile in December. But then they show back up. They're going to want to fucking know what the price is on December 31st. They're going to want to know if it takes into February. And they're going to step back in then, and they're going to think to themselves, which I would too. Watch these fucking bulls. They're going to start collecting their money, right? They're going to take their winnings, their profit. They're going to remove a little bit from the table. And that's when I come in as Marco and try to sell you down for a major correction. And you get what else in there? The market has the choice to send us into a bear market, into volatility. They have the chance to send us up to a new high. They get the chance to fail a new high. They get a chance to, you know, they've got options. Everybody's happy. Market hasn't given up the lows down here yet, right? Everything is good at that point. Sell side gets what they need. Buyers get the choice. The street gets the choice. The street can even leverage White House policy if they need to. You know, if you fuck around some more, we're just going to start fucking selling everything. Just like they did this past spring. And there's something else fascinating here that we looked at together last week. Twice. I did it once on a public show, and I did it once on a private show. The private show was first, then I did it publicly. And I want to show this to you again, because there are some implications in the future. I want to show you 1996. If you saw me on Twitter a week ago, I said to you there was a big stink that de-dollarization, dollar's worth less than it's ever been worth. Lie. The stock market is overvalued by 17 times what it was in the 90s. Lie. And there's something peculiar about this trade in particular. Peculiar. So I made two posts, I think, on FinTwit too. And what did Dan Ives say on Friday? He reiterated what I said the week before. I said, this is not 1999. This is 1996. We are not in a bubble. And this price action is not indicative of 1999. And Dan Ives reiterated that on Friday. Why? It doesn't mean that we're going to trade 1990 or 96 to 99. He's just giving you a reference point as to where we actually are. And there's no requirement that we enter the trade for 96 to 99. But you should be looking to see if we do. And why did he say that on Friday? I told you on Twitter why. This price action here is very indicative, almost an exact copy of 95, 96. We had no volatility, no corrections. I was shocked this year. I was fucking shocked. And I've made this known. I was like, why in the fuck is the street saying the correction is complete? When we came down here, the street told everybody the correction's done. And I'm like, that's not a fucking correction. That's a pullback. Why are they saying this? Why are they saying this? A correction is down here. This is a fucking pullback. Pullbacks are to the hourly and the daily. The street knows that this is a correction. And the street knows that that's a major correction. So why are they pushing that fucking narrative? Because they already knew we were going up. And they already knew that we're in 96. And what is important about this? This is so rare. And what does it remind me of? It reminds me of this over here. This. Look at it. Clean as a whistle. No stops. Up, 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 up. Slight drop. Up. No touchy. No major corrections. And you might say, Cap, that's the fucking bubble, man. This is the bubble. Fuck you, it is. That's the bubble. And look at this one. Big bomber. Violence to the upside. And then we're doing this bullshit here. And there's your major correction, or your correction, excuse me. And you get a half. And then the market has what? And in major inflection point. Are we done? Are we going to go into a bear market? Are we going to crash? We're going to go into a bear market. And we didn't, did we? We said, oh, let's look down. Nope, we're not done yet. And so we come back up again right here. We back test right here. The daily trigger in the, you have risk off right here. Hey, time for risk off, bro. Uh-oh, maybe not. Risk off. Hey, risk on again, bro. And a back test to boot to make you feel better about it. Boom. That's your bubble. Now, what's indicative of this? So when we come into the springtime, there's some key points here. Do we look below and keep going? Make a, no new high and start jackknifing? Do we go down and come up, make a new high, then start jackknifing? Do we look below and then enter the bubble? A lot of options there, isn't there? More than right now. We start jackknifing down in October. They're going to sell your ass like a bad donkey right down into December fucking 31st. Maybe the 27th, but somewhere in there. Now here you have options. It's a whole new year. We've wrapped up the whole year. We've sold and fucking done our tax loss harvesting on shitcos that never produced. We've taken all our money from the April lows in September of last year. We rode it all the way up. Marco knows we can get down there. And Marco knows that we'll have what? Put together 3 months of data, even if we don't have it right now. Put together 6 months of data. Start thinking about, hey, we missed some data in the fall. We got it all fucking came out. We got some new data. We're starting to make a trend. We can start to think about the economy. We can think about the economic cycle and the business cycle and the tariff cycle in Trump's White House. We got an election coming up in late 2026. Midterms. We got another window for China to invade Taiwan. All kinds of new stuff. So then if we do enter the bubble, what does that look like? Oh, boy. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh. Now, I don't know if we go into the bubble. This has not been done yet. The only thing I know about the bubble is, 1, it'll be volatile to get into it. 2, there's a definite risk of not entering it. 3, if we do enter it, it's going to be fucking crazy. You're going to get your 5% down move, 10% down move, 30% up, 20% down, 50% up, 30% down, 50% up, 20% down, grind before we roll. It could be that much. Or we could come into the fall and they go, fuck it. We're out of here. We got elections. We don't know who's going to win. Maybe poly market's calling for the Dems to sweep. Or maybe they're calling for the Republicans to sweep. The Dems have been jerking themselves off, haven't they? I think the Dems are like them, to be honest with you. So maybe you just fuck it. We'll stay with MAGA. Woo! Party time again, baby. But we have not entered the bubble. Anyone that tells you that we have is going or potentially. Yeah, I'll see them over here. So if we do this, that's a fucking bubble. This is 1 standard deviation. This shit's like 4. And the worst part about this trade, I love this trade, but the worst part of this is convincing you we're going to roll here for 20%. Now we're going up 50. Now we're going down 30. Now we're going up 50. Now we're going down 10. Now we're going up 15. That's going to be a fucking nightmare if we enter it. Because you're going to get, what do we get on Friday and Monday? Crash. Sell everything you have. And you're going to hear that from bulls and bears. You're going to get bulls that are going to be too scared to go long, and you're going to get bears thinking we're crashing. Just that trade should weed out 90% of you. I'm not shitting. 90. You'll get annihilated if we enter that bubble. 90% of you. You'll watch that whole fucking thing go up there and you'll be like, God damn. So we're not quite in this yet. And we still have some risk here. Remember, I told you Marco's got right now into about middle of November. And the higher that we go, the less chance of us crashing or major correction. We'll save that. We'll wind up saving that shit for what? A high, 700. Whether that comes November 1st, December 1st, 31st, February, I don't know. Time or price. Whenever the fuck we get there, that's when I would start worrying. And we got to talk about this later. Not now, but we got to talk about, we'll probably be having this conversation at some point between now and springtime. In depth. And what does that look like? It's brutal. We got to be good. Now, there'll be a lot of talk about how if you're a, I don't know, swing trader, a range trader, you're going to do well in this. I don't believe that. You just had the easiest fucking trading for the entire fucking year you could ever have in your entire life. This shit's not easy. And you're talking about recoveries that, you're talking about like bloodbaths that take like 3 weeks down and then 4 weeks straight up. This isn't like 6 months. This is like all fucking year volatility. It's violent. It's fast. And you're going to be you're going to be the FOMO guy screaming and yelling while a bear's going to tick sell on your ass. And you're going to have your hair on fire at a bottom while a bull's trying to buy. And every time I'm on those tops or bottoms, it's only a few people that their shit's not on fire. That bear knows where to sell. That bull knows where to buy. So anyways, we're not there yet. We have not hit the bubble yet. And we don't necessarily have to hit the bubble. We can go right down there. This has not been done. Not even one of it. Not even two of it. Maybe it's fall we roll. No, not necessarily go all the way. It's not even necessarily go into it. We got to look at it. We have to look and see what this is. What is this? How do we get back down into that October low? How do we check the April high, the February high and the breakout from April thereon? Go right down. This is like, you got like your February down to April. Crank it up, come back down, check that shit. And if it's right as rain, we're out of here. If it's not, we might bloodbath. And we need to be able to know if it's going to turn higher, don't we? We know how to, don't we? I've already explained it to you over and over all year long. So earlier I told you to watch out for the bloodbath at 70, right? Down to the half, I said the 15 is fine, the half an hour is weak, and the hourly is strong. And I told you you're going to experience sellers, different kinds of sellers. The sellers that you're seeing that are polo right now, they're not the spiteful sellers. Those are the CTAs. Those are the vol control gang. See how Marco is like violence? They don't get violent unless we're under 6,000. We go under 6,000, we go into liquidation mode, if you've never heard of it. You get those guys and Marco together, whew, it's going to be ugly. Look at that. This is too big. None of this stuff ever works. Get rid of that when you're using different time frames. Get rid of that. Get rid of Marco up there. Is Marco still up there with his arrows? Get rid of that. Hold on, get rid of that shit. Is there any more over there? Okay, nothing else to look at. Look at that bomb right there. Use call lot. This trade is not done. We still have that one to do. Here's my call lot right down here. Why does this matter? We watch ES and we watch SPX, right? Strong gamma flip, also resistance that can become support. Weak gamma flip. And we have a cross. half an hour trigger is crossing the hourly trigger. So we're coming back down to check this, aren't we? I'm going to find out if that's real, right? If that's real, what happens? That half-hour trigger becomes extremely bullish, doesn't it? You want to know what happens here? I'll show it to you. Watch that cross right there. You see it? Let me show you what that looks like and why we check them. Here's one example right here. Squeezing up. Woo! Slam, 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 slam. No, I don't want to go that way. Here's another one. Check that half-hour trigger. Wham. Let's look at a down move on the half-an-hour trigger. There's one right here. Up, up, up. Slam. Don't want to see that cross. And why? Look at the half-hour trigger above the hourly. Here's the hourly. Here's the half. A half-hour, hour. You normally see violence to the upside when you have price, half, and HT in line. Violence to the upside. So if we are going to do that, there's two things that will happen. On that cross. Oh, hold on here. They try to send it on you, right? Fuck that cross. And fuck that cross. Now, if that cross takes place and price ricochets back up and you get price in the half and the hour, what happens? We go fucking vertical, don't we? You think that's vertical? That ain't vertical. We go vertical. You want to see what vertical looks like? You think you know what vertical looks like? How about 2023? You want to see what it looks like? How about that right there? That's November. Want to see vertical? Whammo. Vertical. So we're checking this right now, aren't we? Dropping bombs. This Marco gang does two things. Let me simplify this for you. If you're going up, Marco is going to hammer you. If you reject underneath, Marco is going to hammer you. If you don't do that, we make our way back up. Marco will buy OTM calls for you to go back up again. There we go. There's your SPX gamma. Some support. What are the rules? We mark the bottom, don't we? So we're going to mark the bottom, aren't we? Oh, we got our bottom here, Cap. Are you sure it's the bottom? I don't know. You tell me, Cap. Well, we got, let's look at it. We got this one right here. So we want to see if we can make a new high here, don't we? Tick that bad boy right there. Come back in. You can trade in here, but you got to get out because they can roll it back down on you. I don't like this trade in here at all. But on a back test in the 1 minute trigger, I like that one. So this comes back in. You let FOMO gang hang out in here. All of a sudden, woohoo! There's your next one. This is the bigger one. Big money in here. Tap you back down over here. We don't know if we're going to get the fifth wave, right? This could be what? 1, 2, 3, and then boom, back down again for a new low, right? We don't know yet. I mean, I kind of know, but I think you're going to hit this 72 right here. And then we can flush. Love to see that flush down here. Shank or up here, shank it back down, and then back down here. Where is your best buyer? Where's your smart buyer? Right here, right? That guy right there. You clean out the last of this. Notice how he bounced slightly higher than it? We come back for it later. Right over here. It gets cleaned out over here, and then we're off and running. And where do we go from there? Oh. Oh. We already nailed that one, so we're probably going to go whoopsie. There's your all-time high. Whoop. You don't need to see any of that. Just need to see if we can hit this last one right here. Which I think that you do. Use call out's actually lower. This is actually way over there. But I want it here closer to where we are. No, I don't think we clean them out right now. Maybe, but I don't think that we do. If I was a dealer, I wouldn't clean us out right now. I'd burn more days here. Today's the 15th, so you know, you give it a little bit here. If I was a dealer, I'd grind this shit out as long as possible. And then I would hit the I'd like blast above 70 and then come back down into 70 on OpEx. I got a Tiger's Cup with me here. Water's bad for me. So let's watch this here. We want to... Excuse me. Dying over here. We're watching for the 12 o'clock flows. We want to see if we can get above this one right here. Don't worry about this one just yet because this is a larger time frame. So this line right here is a on an hourly basis. It's not on a minute. We're on a minute chart right now. So we are still in trend right now, believe it or not. I know it's going to be shocking to you when we go up there and hit that fucking thing today. Or potentially. You need to get this to do that upside move. So we're waiting for it. We'll wait and see. I look like those guys with lines on their charts all the time. the meme with all the fucking. This is more for me to pay attention to, not you. I just need to make sure I'm where I'm supposed to be. I'm an old man. To be honest with you, I leave that shit on there not for me, but I should just do it with not. Oh, I've done it on the show with no with just bars, but it looks kind of fucked up when it's just like bars and no nothing on the chart. So it makes it colorful for you. All right. Now I got to take care of some shit still here. I'm fucking sorry. Like I've got construction going on and I got I'm going to New York City. I got to meet up with some old friends. And I've been pushing it off and pushing it off. I don't have the money to go. I'll be honest with you. New York's expensive. It's not that I don't have the money, it's that I can't justify it. I can't, like, New York right now is very expensive, and I could be with my wife and my kids, and so I gotta like try to go cheaper. And New York's expensive. I can blow, like, with my friends, I can blow $100,000. I'm not joking. And I just don't want to spend that with my friends. I'd rather spend it on my kids, my wife. To be honest with you, so I gotta try to like justify this. And I got some business in New York too. And I've got old friends there and new friends there, and so I've been putting off a lot of the stuff, and I've been trying to like do the logistics for this to go, and I hate, like, I don't mind spending money, but I really like I could go to like Europe right now for like $5 or $10,000, my wife and kids. I could go to Disney, but I really miss these guys, and I really like these guys, and I've got some business there I got to attend to too. So I got to do this, which sucks. Not sucks in a bad way. Just I'm trying to get it done so it doesn't cost me an arm and a fucking leg. New York is like, everything is expensive. And the more of my friends that I hang out with, it's like $100 for a round of water, you know, at a bodega. You know what I mean? When you live there, it's not so bad. You can dodge and weave your way through it. But when you visit New York, to me, it's like it's like going to Vegas. It's just like, it's like money, and I've never been a fan of it. So I'm a fan of New York. I'm not a fan of the money shit, or overpaying for good times. New York is like that. It's always like landmines. Resorts and hotels, not resorts, but hotels in New York like that too. They're like, it's $500, and they're like, it's a $50 resort fee per day, and then it's another taxes, and then all of a sudden you're paying $1,000 a night to stay in the city, and it's like, it's just fucking ridiculous. You know what I mean? I don't know if maybe you don't. Maybe you're a millionaire or a billionaire. I'm not. I have a real life with kids and wife, and I got bad shit happen to me all the time. Stupid shit. You know, like this breaks down, that gets ripped off, something breaks. I live a real life. I don't have like pictures of me in fake private jets, and I pay taxes, I pay fines. You know, like, you know what I mean? Like the county and the city and shit. I've got costs of doing business. I got costs of doing this. I've got costs. You know, it's just never fucking ending. So, anyways, that's my day. I hope your day is going better. We'll move this up now. Whoop. Still haven't gotten the new high. Watch that low tick right there. See that? See that red? See that tick right there? This is Sneaky Pete. Don't trust that. That's not high enough. It needs to go higher. It's not high enough. But don't buy this dip here. Do not buy that dip. It's bullish, but it's not a dip worth buying. Don't do it. You got to wait. They could grind us sideways all day long, trap us in, so don't fuck with it. Just hang out. Just hang out in here. No new longs here, not yet. We gotta wait. This is a nice trade in here. That was a fucking beautiful trade. But that's that's on a 10-second chart. It's not on a fucking hour or 1 minute chart. The 1 minute you gotta wait. Just want that nice little high tick right there and that back test. And we'll ride that fucker up there. Otherwise, how are y'all doing out there? A few notes on that New York trip. My wife and children are staying here. Normally, I travel with my wife and my children, or my wife at least. On this trip, I'm going alone. I tend not to travel alone anymore, mostly because I love my wife and my kids. My wife's my best fucking friend. I'll be honest with you guys. She's my best friend. I got lucky in life. I really did. My wife and I are our best friends. If we got a divorce tomorrow, I'd be friends with her to the day that I die. She was like, like some guys think that, like some, if you don't know this, sometimes men will be like, I love my wife loves me. And the kids are finally gone, and the wife's like, fuck you, I'm out of here, you motherfucker. I hated you. And I suffered through this for the kids. You never know. So if you're a man out there, you know what I'm talking about. So I always think about that shit. I'm like, as soon as this other kid's out, I got to do another test to make sure, not a test, but you never know. Right. I got lucky though. My best friend. I'd be friends with her forever even if she left me. I'd be friends with her forever, and I would be willing to be. So I don't go too many places without her anymore. Not for long periods of time, maybe 2-3 days, but not 5 days, 6 days. Now there's a benefit to you in that. I try to travel and trade, and I've always had a problem doing it because my wife or my kids are with me, but this time they'll be home. So it's easier for me to trade from a hotel and actually do a like you'd see me here in video, and I could control the screen remotely, control the market, or control the charts and stuff, control the market, control the fucking charts here remotely with support. So, and she's willing to do that for me. So I love her. She's so awesome. So we'll be able to trade. When I'm in New York City, I'll be there Tuesday through Friday. But I will be trading with you during the day. I'm not doing a meetup with the community or anything. I'm doing, but I will tell you this, a few things. I am willing to hang out in New York City if you live there. Just note that I'm working during the day. My normal days when I'm home is I wake up at fucking, like literally wake at 9, at 2 in the morning, and then I'm awake at 4 a.m. I kid you not. And I spend about an hour and a half in the morning and an hour and a half at nighttime, sometimes longer, doing charts and doing the shit for like riding the NAR and all that other shit, so that I'm ready every day. So I will still have to do that in New York City. So I can't go out and like fucking party until 4 or 5 in the morning during the week. But if you want to get together and have a beer, or you want to take me, if you're not, I'll pay for you. You take me, I'll pay you. I'll take you out for lunch or dinner or something. Your favorite local bar or your local restaurant or something like that. I'm down. I got friends that are Michelin star chefs in New York too. I got a few dope ass friends. I got dude Charlie Palmer. Like I got connects with that guy. Like I got some connects in New York City. So if you want to get together and meet or something or do something weird, I'm a weird guy. I'm kind of weird. I'll do anything weird. I don't care. I used to party at the Tunnel and Limelight underneath the Brooklyn Bridge. I used to live in New York City too. So if you ever want to get together or something while I'm there, definitely down to do that. Hit me up in DMs. But just note that I am working. It's a working trip, so I can't be out partying. I'm not that guy anymore. I'm getting too old. Like I'll go out at nighttime, but if I go out at nighttime, I'm fucking wrecked in the morning. I don't even think it'd be fucked up. It's just a long day for me. Like I run already like 18-hour days, and so like adding that on top of it all can be brutal. It can send me right off where I can't do anything. So if you're there, if you live in New York, I'm down to hang out. Hit me up in DMs anywhere, Twitter or Gmail or through Discord. Now I'll hook up with you, and I'm down. I love New York City, and I love New Yorkers, and I love this country. So, and I have some history in New York. I was there for 9/11. Not when it happened. 2 days later, I left to go down there in a United States military uniform. I was there for the aftermath of 9/11. I remember. So if you live in the city, I think I'll be in the Lower West Side, and I have some business meetings in the Upper West Side and the Upper East Side, and I have some meetings in Midtown. So I'll be all over Manhattan at least during that week. And I will be streaming that week, so don't feel like you're going to miss anything. You're not going to miss a fucking thing. I'll still be working and all that kind of stuff. Anyways, we're kind of dragging in here right now. There's nothing really to talk about this moment. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at earnings. We looked at it last week. I didn't get through all of them. I know that I didn't finish them. We're going to take a look at some upcoming earnings before they happen. And we're going to look at next week's earnings if we can. We'll try to take a peek at a few of those. We have got an earnings chart that I've been working on with you guys, and we're going to look at some more of them into next week. Right now, we're going to do it on the live stream. So while we sit here and grind a little bit, for the rest of you out there that are trying to day trade, you fucking degenerates like me, if you're trying to day trade this, just look for that. Oh, you got the high tick. You got the high tick. Good. You needed, nope, you didn't get it. You still need it. It's right here. I still want to see this one right here. Just that tick right about there. I want to see this one right here. That one right there. So I want to see just 1 penny above that. And I don't care about the 5 minute. I'll show you why here in a second. I'll just draw it out for you what it should look like. Now, this doesn't mean it's going to happen, but I'm going to show you what it should look like. It should look something like this. Watch me get proven wrong. But I don't normally get proven wrong, but it's like right there. Be looking for this back test on the 1 minute trigger. This would be your third wave right here. You take this one one tick above. Remember, if we fail any of these targets, you'll know it, but because we're beating these targets. So you get this one right here. You get your 5 minute trigger right here, and then it would literally crank higher to this one right here. Okay, now I want to see that break higher, and then we'd correct again. This is only 2 o'clock here. And then you would consolidate at 2 p.m. to like 3 p.m., let's call it. And then you'd hit that target into the bell. And I want to see that failure right here, failure up there. Now, this would be a 1-2. This is probably be a 1-2-3 move. Hold on here. You'd have a corrective move here. And then you'd have another correction right here before a roll to the downside. I'll draw it like this for right now. And we'll look at it closely here. And so you guys see that? See what that looks like? Impulse move right here. This is your, this is probably slightly higher. This is your third wave. And then we don't know if we're going to get this or roll. So be careful in here. You want to see a good back test in the 5 minute trigger, the 1 minute trigger coming up. And then you get your fifth wave right here, corrective move. And I think this is a corrective move too. I think that one would definitely fail. And we blast down and sweep that low, the rest of that low from this morning. If that makes any sense to you? Anyways. So just watch that excuse me. Watch that closely right here. And we're going to shift gears here to earnings and move back into that earnings chat that we've been having. Now, remember that Marco is higher now. Marco is, I'm telling you, he's higher. He's at like, I think he's exactly at 682.43 or something. That's where he was yesterday. Or if we had ticked this one this morning, that's where he would be today. So he's somewhere right around there, like 682.50. Now, how do we get to 682.50? You're likely not going to get there until after. You're likely not going to get there until after OPEX and expiration. I would be targeting that for the 27th through the 31st, and GTC and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to show it to you right now. I'm going to show all of you right now. That would be the driver for that. Now, there's something else in there. That 82, where Marco is, he's going to try to send us lower again. And when he does, whatever that bottom is should be sometime in like mid-November. If it's not too low, or wherever the fuck it is, if it's not too low, I think I know where it is, but wherever that is, if it's not low enough, we likely melt up into the end of the year. And that's a big dip to buy. It's a major dip to buy. So we're going to talk about that right now. We're going to set the scene. So I did a private stream, I think last week before, for just members and community members on earnings. So we're going to chat about the rest of earnings, and we're going to talk about the volatility ahead. And we're going to talk about some tickers if we can. And if I need to, I'll try to stay later today if I can, like I did yesterday. I did a private stream last night about hedging flow, or how to hedge and how to set it up and when to set it up to execute in the future, short term and long term, and how to learn how to trade complex and simple spreads in this process. Do you know what I mean by that? Like, if you don't know how to trade spreads, simple or complex spreads, I want you to think about it like this. You ever notice, like, I was talking about this last night in a private stream, saying you always want to think about that move before you ever get there. I'll simplify this for you right now. Last night I tried to simplify it at the end of the stream, and what I had said to a seller, or to people that wanted to hedge, was, if you want to be a seller, for where we were yesterday, I was like, you wouldn't actually take a short here, or not a short, but a hedge here. You'd either be looking for the failure of the low on Friday and jump in on that underneath the daily trigger on a rejection. In reality, a seller would want to see us trade 82 or underneath the daily trigger to execute a hedge. And that brings up the question as to why. It's because you're there before it happens, and you've already planned out your trade. And it's the inverse of whenever you're in the Discord and you see like blood everywhere in the streets, and you see a few traders that are like, hey, I'm looking to get long here, and they're very calm. It's the same thing in the inverse for sellers. And I want to explain that better to you. So let me see if I can do this right now. I want to like top line that private stream if I can. Because yesterday was a really good example in price of where we were. And I think that even myself, I forget this. Maybe that's why I liked that, the end of the private stream. And a lot of people left after I had left the stream and missed the most crucial part of that stream. I think we only had a few, not a few, but like tens of people in the end of the stream, and they actually got the most important part of that stream last night. So we're gonna look at that right now, and on public, and just to get that top line message out to you. And why it's important. Because even I get lost in this stuff. I mean, not this stuff, but like I get lost in trading and stuff sometimes, and I forget the other side. We don't need velocity. We just need triggers. Tight here. Okay. So we knew we needed to hit. We do a replay here, maybe. Right about here. So we knew we needed to hit a couple targets. We knew we needed to hit 666. Well, this doesn't show it because it doesn't show the shit. Hold on, I'll do this differently. Hold on here. Give me a second here. This is a better way to look at it. You can't see this in SPY. You can't see this in SPY and TradingView. You can see it on ES. What I like about Webull, I wish the fuck TradingView did, but they don't, is they include all price action. Not all of it. They can include most of it. Not all of it. But they do include most of it. And we'll get rid of this right now. You don't need that. But some important stuff in here was, this was important right here. And this was important right here. Don't worry about this, and we'll get rid of that one. And I want to show you how fucking sneaky the market is. I want to show you how sneaky it is. Because there's always like manipulation, lying going on in the market. There's always astroturfing and the soap opera and the emotions and all this other garbage and shit. And you got to be good. You gotta find out what the sentiment is. You gotta find out what the real truth is. You gotta find out all this other bullshit. Dodge and weave your way around it. It ain't easy, I'll be honest with you. It ain't easy. So we come up here inside of cash market. We miss the high tick. But we got it right here. I think that was like 8:15 p.m. And that is extremely bullish. Now we remember that the market goes up and down, up and down, up and down, right? It doesn't go straight up and it doesn't go straight down. Don't believe that shit. Even when you get elevator down or vertical up, it doesn't go that, like the idiom of it goes straight up or it goes straight down is not true. And you are looking for some indications of what's next. So this did not look good, did it? It wasn't what was required to go higher. This was, though. Now, as soon as that was satisfied, there was no need to go up. None. Now, smart traders know that shit. So whoever this asshole was, he was like, oh, we did everything we needed to do. So we go down now. Now, of course, if you're a new trader or you're a losing trader or anything like that, you probably saw this and you were like, oh, God, it's the worst thing in the world. It wasn't. It was meant for you to buy to go up here. So this was a bullish tick right here. This was the look above. Whenever I draw that penis in, oops, I shouldn't have said that, but the foreskin wars, right? You guys ever hear that meme on Wall Street Bets? This is what they mean. These are called the foreskin wars. That's the actual. Anyways, so you got the tip, and so we come all the way down here, excess down to an inflection point, and we come back up here, and we miss this one. So like they lied to you here, hit it, come back down, and then they miss it right here, and so we come back down, and you're like, oh shit, we missed it, bro. And so they fooled you once, and they're fooling you a second time, aren't they? So this was Polo, and this is Marco. Right? Now we know that if we take out Polo, that Marco is strong. But if you take out Marco, Marco is going to move higher. So Marco is no longer as strong as he was, right? You know that too. That's information you can tell, right? So what do? We go in here. And we actually did take Marco out, didn't we? We poked our heads up. It actually wasn't 73, it was 71. We needed to get above 666.70, a penny. I posted it on Twitter like 2 days ago. I said, you hit 666.70 on SPY, and Marco's going to go higher. You'll still get some Polo sellers, and they're going to try to send it down on you, and they're going to unload, they being CTAs and vol control gang and natural selling. Not just those guys, but you get some people trying to take some money off the table too, right? We're pretty high right now. So you did beat the tick in here, didn't you? Bing. And you can see the near tick right here. Look at it. 1 penny. And they immediately tried to sell, didn't they? Then we smashed it, didn't we? And they immediately tried to sell it again, didn't they? They tried to smash you here, and they're trying to smash you here. But what do we know? We took Marco out. Where did all these buys start over here? Who is this group over here? They're down here, aren't they? This group is what group? This group is your September 17th rate cut gang, right? And not only is this your September 17th rate cut gang, but you got Jerome Powell. He's like, you're getting more and more cuts, bro. And what does that mean? Means the euro goes up, means the dollar goes down, means your stock is worth less. Means the inflation trade is still on. And what is unique about this situation? We don't normally cut right now. If we didn't have Moran, if we didn't have Bessent, if we didn't have Trump, if we didn't have the White House, and if we didn't have Biden and Clinton and Obama, oh, it's not just those guys. You think it's just Trump? Fuck no. We've been working towards this for a decade and a half. And they're now at the stage where they begin to have to be public about it. And the news is a little bit more public about it. Not fully public. Your elected officials are still mum. They'll also likely bring back someone nicer to force feed this down your fucking throat. And that is what? A new economy. And they're going to fight for power and politics and all of that shit. And then when you've had too much, they're going to lay off it. They're going to take the aspirin and not shove it down your throat when you're too mad, and they're going to break it up with some sugar and water and then shove it down your throat. Now, I don't know what you do. I don't know where you fit and where I fit as plebs. I don't know where the world fits in this. I don't know what China has to say about it. You already know what they're doing. You already know that countries are building all this shit too. New alliances, breaking up old deals that worked and maybe didn't work for some countries in the last economy. But we know right now that these rate cuts are unexpected. In the last economy, we would not cut here. And we're cutting into a time when we should probably leave the neutral rate, ready, cover your ears, bulls, at about 5. That's the norm. Until 2008, that was the fucking norm. We only went down to 0 to try to recover our economy. But we've got this new system where they say, hey, we shouldn't be doing that shit anymore. Let's get back to 2, maybe even 5, 0.5. I shit you not. And there's a bunch of reasons for that. There's a lot of mechanics, big wheels turning. Now, there's danger in there too, of course, and there's a lot for them to weave through to not step on a landmine. And we don't know the outcomes of that yet. But this is abnormal, is my point. And you're being told cuts when we don't historically give you them. Not we, but them, the Fed. And what the Treasury is doing and tariffs and all this shit is not normal. So you have the what? You have the what? The dollar getting crushed, right? We're cutting right now. So what does that make this? An inflation trade, right? So the dollar gets weaker. The stank market has to do what? It has to price that in. Cheaper dollar, higher stock prices. It's also looking at, is the economy still good? That's still relevant. Are we in a business cycle or economic cycle? Are we in a bull loosening part of that or not? Is the data deteriorated to a point where it doesn't matter if we're doing the inflation trade? None of that shit's true right now, by the way. Right now, the economy is still good. Business cycle's still good. Inflation's not out of control. Wage price spiral down is not taking place. Unemployment is not raging. I mean, it's a concern, but it's not. If we price that in every goddamn year, like some of you want, even if we're not going to do it, fucking market would be a disaster. Market wants stability. And it will price in things that are potentially dangerous or volatile. What Trump said on Friday is bad. But then he pulled it all back and tacoed, didn't he? Now he's trying to put tariffs on cooking oil. He rein it in a little bit. So for right now, this is still viable at this moment, and Price is saying that. So what's important here? We did what we needed to do, right? And we're talking about where you would put the hedge on last night. And I wanted to show you this because you have some information here, and you have some information here that we're coming into the last couple days. So where do you put your hedge on here? And my point to these traders last night was, if I'm trying to anticipate a move for where we were yesterday and now this morning, there's only two places to execute the move. So you start thinking about that hedge and you start saying, well, where do I put it on? Like, well, the first thing you do is you take some time. So you're like, okay, I'm going to start thinking about this trade. I'm going to start looking at different trades. I'm going to look at put spreads. I'm going to look at some straight puts, short term and long term. Look at some puts out into November 15th or 18th, 21st, whatever the fuck OPEX is in November. I'm going to look for something out in 2028. I'm going to look at some put spreads for just a small pullback or even a convex put spread. And you might be listening to this and saying, hey, Cap, I already know those don't work. Well, they don't work for sure because of the price we're at, and we're not executing here. We don't even know what trade we're going to take. And if you don't know how to trade spreads or complex spreads or even the mechanics of them as price changes, this is the time for you to look at all scenarios. And then you start to save those trades and you look at them again when we get to the price that you want to be at, and then pick the one that works best for you when you actually execute. So you might hear somebody out there saying to you, oh God, I need this to crash. A bear, in this case. I need my hedges to print, in this case. So you're going to want to see who you're talking to. Did they hedge over here? More than likely. Are you trying to chase what those guys are talking about? You're late to the party. So these guys hedged over here. We blast down and you put your hedge on right here. Maybe it's the wrong hedge or the wrong time to execute that hedge. I'll show you why here in a minute. We got a high just near this high right here, don't we? Not a bad place to hedge. Well, it was, but not anymore. Whoever put that hedge on up here was working on it for weeks in advance, and they got their one move down. They actually are in the money. Not in the money, but they're ahead, not under. They probably planned this for a period of time, like you should too if you want to hedge here. So if I don't have a hedge on and I don't have any puts on, I don't have anything funky. And I'm planning my next move. And I'm like, well, I want to get a bear call spread. I want to get a bear put spread. I want to get a short call. I want to get a put ratio back spread. I don't know. I want to get a put ratio spread. Put ratio back spread. Put ratio spread. I want to get a strip, a short combo, a synthetic put, a short synthetic future. I don't know. There's a bunch of them out there. I want to get a long put for a short time period of time. I want to do a convex trade. I want to sell calls. I don't know. All I know is that I don't want to execute it right here. I do know some things, though. If I start looking at all of these different hedging bearish trades, I know a few things for where we are right now. Fuck that volume. That doesn't mean shit. I got a bunch of information past couple days, didn't I? I now think that Marco is higher. I think he's up here. I could be wrong. And I'm going to show you why this matters in a minute. I want to show you why it matters that it's okay to be wrong, not knowing if Marco is there. So I think Marco is here. But I could be wrong, right? This market makes us all wrong all the time, doesn't it? If you can be right 3 out of 10, you're probably doing pretty well. If you can be right 7 out of 10, you're doing really fucking well. If you're right 8 or 9 out of 10, you're a rock star. All right, I want to put a hedge on. And I think Marco is higher. So if I want to put this hedge on right where we are, I probably am not going to execute that hedge unless we're up here. But I want to start thinking about the different kind of hedges, right? Look, now I'm looking at all these different outcomes. I'm looking at prices. I'm looking at money. I'm looking at what my thesis is. Maybe my thesis is more bearish than Jim's thesis, Jim James' thesis. I think we're crashing. Fuck Jim James. He can blow me all day long. That guy is wrong. Well, my feelings and thoughts as that seller don't really matter, do they? My money and how I make my money matters more. So you'd be shocked to know that some people might be a seller and tell you, hey, bro, I think we're going up there. And you don't know their motivation for that. Their motivation is they want to go up here to put that trade on. And even if they don't get the crash, right, they go up here, they put the trade on, they're at least in the money. Not in the money, but they're making some money. And if we reverse up, they're at least making some money. They're ahead of the trade. They get better pricing. Even though they were working on it over here, they executed over here and they're ahead of it. So you start looking at trades now that you would execute up here. And right now, if you're looking at those trades, they might look like shit, but they might look great up here. The other thing that you're looking for here is, hey, well, Cap, I also looked at a short-term hedge. I don't like hedging time, and they're too expensive. They'll probably get cheaper up there, right? You probably be able to buy time up there too, right? And you got to watch volatility. You got to watch VIX, of course. There's a sweet spot. VIX gets murdered, right? VIX gets murdered, and VIX rises again. But there's this sweet spot in here, right, where puts are cheap. Selling calls are juicy. A lot of demand for calls from FOMO gang up here, isn't there? Or maybe I can sell a call because they're so juicy. But you start thinking about it now is more important. And while the FOMO gang and the bulls are up here and they're like, woo, you're the quiet guy. Just like on lows. Are we ready to buy the dip yet? You want to be that guy up here. Are we ready to start selling this shit? We'll start selling them calls. Start getting a nice fucking hedge over here. Yeah, don't worry about that fucking bull over there. And fuck those FOMO guys that are blowing up social media. Same thing down here. Oh, it's going to crash, bro. Fucking Black Monday. Okay, fuck you. Even if you gap down, I'm gonna make bank up here. I'll actually make both trades. I'll make the trade on Friday with some time on it, and I'll buy 0 dates if we gap down on Monday, and I'll probably make 100 fucking K or more. So these guys are already thinking about this, and this happens cyclically. Now, let's say you looked in this time period for, this was yesterday, I guess. In this time period, you're looking for the long-term hedge or the short-term hedge. You still wouldn't put the short-term hedge on yet. Right? Just say yes, Cappy. Why? If you were going to do the short-term hedge and your target is, let's say, OPEX, I think that's OPEX in November, or at least the bottom. It's fairly easy to see, right? Like, oh, okay, Cap. Talking my name here, bro. And you got the weekly trigger coming up here. Okay, Cap, what you talking about now, bro? You got 636 right here. Maybe we blast down to 30 or even lower. Let's start looking back at where real support is over here. And you're like, okay, Cappy, it's right here, bro. And you kind of figure they're going to try to buy this too, right? You got a plan, right? For a short-term hedge. So you're thinking about hedging the market and you're going, yeah, I probably want to do something like this into a farther out in time. And I might want to even do this one. We start breaking down. So this one's out in maybe 2028. Well, if there's long puts, it'd be 2028. Or you're trying to get a put-back ratio spread, back spread, excuse me. You might need to put that trade on for what? Like April or June or July of next year to print December, January, February, April. Depends on the trade you're doing, you're constructing, right? So you construct all these different trades to execute. You haven't executed them yet. You've planned it all out into the springtime and the summer, planned it all out in the short term. And let's say you wanted to take this downside. A lot of traders that are bears will be like, you know, thoughts and prayers. Oh, God, I wish it did it. Oh, my God, what's going on? Oh, my God, I forgot to hedge over here. So please, God, go down there. I bought my puts over here. Oh, please. No. You follow your fucking rules, don't you? So you're either trying to sell that up there or you're looking for selling with new lows underneath the daily trigger and using momentum to your advantage. So you've got your own rules and you're like, hey, Cap, we got the new low, or we got the marked low, I should say. Now what do you need? You need three things, don't you? So how do you take that trade down here with some confidence? You would be looking for this, wouldn't you? And you'd be looking for this to follow, right? And you'd be looking for that new low too, wouldn't you? So you got your initial low down, and you'd be looking for the new low, huh? So you got your low, your new low, and you start executing that short-term trade in here. So you're like, okay, it's up here for some kind of print that I can either get in here or I can get into the December 31st for a print. Or if you're going to take the short-term one, you got your first low, and then you get your new low. And then it's Johnny on the spot. Wham, 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 wham. See it? So you're kind of like right there, and you're rejecting off the daily trigger, rejecting off the daily trigger, rejecting off the daily trigger, rejecting off the daily trigger. Woo! Smoking. I'll show you an example of this. Oh my God. 10, this is Friday. Oh my God. We're going to crash, bro. Maybe. But guess what you have on your side here? You got the hourly crossing violently. You have a rejection off the daily trigger. Is fucking plain as day. You don't have that right now yet, do you? You didn't have that on fucking Friday. You have it here. And now you're like, fuck that, man. Hourly trigger's crossing. We're now rejecting the daily trigger. Slam the fucking sell button. Bam. 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 Woohoo! And these fucking clowns are calling this bullshit. It's going to crash, bro. Nope. It's going to crash, bro. No fucking hourly trigger. Nope. Nope. Take all your fucking stops. So if you're doing a short-term hedge, we're not there yet, are we? Not there yet. So then you can say to yourself, I'm going to hedge the market. I think Marco is up here. This fucking guy is smart. I'm going to look for some kind of new low and also for this fucking hourly trigger to follow. And I'm also looking for this one. All of a sudden now you can say to yourself, yeah, that shit's ready to rock. Let's do it. I can sell from up here. I've got the daily trigger in my corner. I got momentum. I've got a 2, 3, 4 trigger cluster there. I'll put my stops above. Maybe it recovers, but I don't give a fuck. There's my stops. And you're just like, bam, 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 bam. If we start breaking higher, you can close it. Yeah, it didn't work. And there's another thing here, too. You know, let's say you're like, oh, I'm gonna wait for this to happen. And instead we begin to roll. You have plan B. You have plan A and you have plan B. And you've thought about this for days, if not a week or two. And then you start talking to your friends in Discord. You're like, hey, Billy Bob, Bear, come over here, man. Stop these fucking bulls and their fucking constant up shit. I want to show you something. And you say on a 30-minute basis, the hourly velocity right now it's kind of neutral, but if it starts slipping, we start seeing that negative daily velocity and that negative hourly, we can probably take a short-term hedge right down here. Are we there yet? No, but I'm working it out right now. Let me show you some charts. Let me show you the optionstrat.com. And if we go up here, bro, we can probably jackknife this fucker down, even if we're in trend. We'll be at least above the trade, even if the trade's way out here. And so when we're hitting highs, there should be some cool collected cucumbers. And I want to talk to you about this because we've got people in our Discord that do this. Who am I looking for in the Discord right now? We got a bear in here that's a baller seller. Fuck's his name? Hold on here. I always forget his goddamn name. I don't know why. He only creeps out in the right moments. We got a bear in our Discord that's a fucking killer seller. I forget his name right now. Where the fuck is he? All right, I'll find him later. I'll point him out to you. I'm going to make him a mentor, I think, because he's the... Oh, it's Goliath. That's who it is. Goliath, if you're watching the show right now, I know what you do. Goliath, if you're in the Discord, find him. He does this. This is how you're a seller. Before we get there, you're not saying it's going to happen. You're just saying, if this happens, I'm going to do that. If this happens, I'm going to do that farther out in time. You get what I'm saying? So if you're a bull out there or a bear, be careful of who people are. You'd be surprised. You're like, bro, we're going so fucking high, bro. I can't wait. Woo! And this other guy is telling you, hell yeah, man, let's go up there, dude. It's going to be fucking awesome. Meanwhile, Glass like patting you on the back, and then he's like, fuck that motherfucker over there. Well, you're like, you didn't take the trade up here, and you're now FOMOing it up here. He's like, yeah, dude, it's awesome, dude. Let me suck you off a little bit. Meanwhile, he's just right there, Johnny in the spot, cool as a cucumber, selling into your ass. Or selling you the calls. But I think yesterday was a prime example of this. I think like right when we were in here yesterday, the prime example of if you're on sell side, you start plotting and planning. If you're on hedge side, you're on plotting and planning. You have breathing room right now. And you're looking for specific things to happen to execute one of those two plans. Does that make sense? You're not executing that fucking plan. You're not executing this plan if it comes down here and starts going up, right? You're not going to execute that plan if it comes down here just to a little tiny bit and comes back up, right? You're executing that fucker, though, if it comes down here and it rejects that daily trigger, aren't you? And you've already thought about it. You've snipped what the pricing looks like. I got 20 trades here, bro. I got 12 trades, and they look like shit right here, but I literally snipped them out. And this is what the payouts were and the garbage entries, and I really need this really bad number to make them print. And then you run them again. So now, like, you're down here, and now you run that same trade a second time in paper. And you go, ooh, look at that. It looks so much better. Meanwhile, these fucking bulls are thinking they're going to get out of here, and you're like, oh, yeah, dude, you're definitely breaking out. And if you reject that daily trigger, you're ready to rock. You're just like, wham! Fuck that bull. And they're all hair on fire. We didn't break out. Oh, my God, what are we going to do? And you're just like, fuck those guys over there. My hair's not on fire. Just like these guys that are buyers, their hair is not on fire. They only know there's a couple few outcomes. They know the bulls on Friday knew 2 things or 3. They knew the hourly trigger had not crossed the daily. They knew that no matter what, we were coming back up to test that. And they knew if we gapped down, and even if they took that fucking trade, that they could add a second layer of calls, 0 dates, for a vertical move on Monday. Literally in no other outcome was likely. No other outcome was likely. It was like a 90% chance of free money. You did not have the hourly trigger crossing through. We were low enough to go up to the daily trigger. In all scenarios, you bought the close and bought the open on Monday if we gapped. So you should be thinking not for right now at this moment, but you should be thinking ahead. When you start thinking ahead, you can start to pre-plan and be ready for any outcome. Oh, they took out the lows. Nice. I think they just took out the I didn't think they would take them out just that fast. Looks like they took out the gap from this morning. So do you understand my point here? Before we ever get there, you're planning. And you don't give a fuck if it's here and up. You don't give a fuck if it's down here and up. You just know if your requirements are hit, what you're going to do. And even on buy side, they don't care, do they? On buy side, on this roll, whether we go here and up, whether we take all your stops and go up, whether we go all the way down here, it's still up. If we break below and start rejecting and you get the half and the daily, these guys know what's up down there. There are times where you'll miss these trades. They're very, very infrequent. Sometimes you'll see something where you're like, okay, Cap, I'm waiting for this. And they blood us. There are times where you'll be waiting for this and they roll you early. And you missed the trade. You missed this trade. That's okay. If you run your own set of rules, you're going to eventually get them. And this is why you get away from the hindsight trading. You run your rules over and over and over and over. And let's say 5 out of 10 times they match your criteria. And you've won every one of those trades. That's a great fucking trader. He manages emotions. He manages hindsight. He managed fear. He managed this. He managed that. Or she, or they, or them. Don't kick yourself if you're like, oh, Cap, I was waiting for this and it didn't meet my requirements. And you also have other chances to hit them. This is the hourly trigger here. So, oh, I missed it up here. Well, I get it now. I can jump on board there. And let's say you missed the whole move. That's okay. You can run it down with 0-date puts and 0-date put spreads and weeklies or whatever. But if you're following a set of rules, and if they're not met, it's okay. You can miss a trade. If you run those rules over and over again, you stick to them, and then you adjust them for yourself. Well, I'm going to use this. I don't like what Cap does, and I got this other thing that I use. That's fine. You don't need to use all my shit. Take what you need, leave the rest, and go elsewhere for what you need. But you have this plan, and you run that plan over and over and over again. You can start doing that plan with paper. And you can work through learning about the mechanics of simple spreads, more complex spreads. And then you can execute them with paper too. You do that 5, 10, 20 times, and your life as a trader and an investor changes. You start to see through the smoke and mirrors. You start to see through the astroturfing, the bullshit, the soap opera. And I've already given you a bunch of rules. We mark a bottom. We mark a top. We look for this number. We look for the back test. We look for the crosses in the 1 and 5, the hourly and the daily and the weekly. And repeat these things to you over and over and over again so that you are Bobby Badass. I want you to be Bobby Badass. Not me, you. I want you to come in on a Friday close, especially if you're a fucking doomer in this market, and look at the fucking idiots telling you you're going to gap down on Monday, or not gap down, but crash on Monday. That's your own kind. And say, fuck those guys. Don't listen to those fucking people. They're out of their minds. And even if they were right, it won't matter. Those one-offs are not where you make your money. Those one-offs, they lose eventually. Statistics say they lose. I made $250,000. 2 months later, I gave it all back. This is what you need to survive. This lesson that I'm giving to you right now is probably the most crucial lesson you can ever learn in the stock market. So when you see me on socials ripping people to shreds, it's intentional. I'm not ripping them to shreds to shit on them. I'm ripping them to fucking shreds because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're winging it. They're hindsight trading. They're losers. Do you want to be a loser? I don't. I've lost enough. When I didn't follow a plan, I made shit tons of money, and then I would lose it all. I'd get a grand slam, and then I'd lose it all. So don't. Whenever you're ready, whenever you've had enough, whenever you've given enough back and broken your dick at a job long enough, you too will join us. You'll throw the fucking towel in and say, fuck this. I'm going with that asshole over there. I'm tired of him being right. And I want to be right too. If you did this, you could probably take 5 or 10 trades a year and never work a fucking job ever again for the rest of your life. That is why you're here, right? That is why you're in the stock market. Hookers, blow, family, motorcycle, boat, airplane. Don't have to work, play video games, jerk off, whatever it is that you do, whatever you find comfort in. Cool socks, nice pants. I don't know. Passed out in an alleyway. I want to go to prison for something, some kind of huge crime, whatever it is. I don't know what the fuck it is you guys want, but I'm sure it's different for all of you. You're not here to fuck around all day long. You're here to make money. And try to help your fellow trader out along the way, especially retail. Look at that pain right there. So much pain. Oh, it's so painful. Is the hourly trigger following us down right now? Do you see the hourly trigger following us down right now? I don't. You see? They're putting the screws to you right now. You see the hourly trigger fall? I don't. What does this look like to me? We'll probably bounce here. We'll see if we can get above. Did we get above? We need this. Did we get it? No. The high was right here. You shouldn't have taken along, you know that, right? And now they're putting the screws to you right here, right? Woo! Here's that big old trend right here. Here's my used call lot. Did you catch a bounce there? I think I want to get long here. You guys want to get long with me, or are you scared? I'm not scared. I already know where the market is. They can do whatever they want here. Let's watch it. Is the hourly trigger crossing the daily trigger right now? Are you in pain? Did you take the wrong trade? I told you not to unless we got that high, right? We didn't get it, did we? So you should be what? Fine, right? You should either be flat or chasing this price to the downside, one or the other, right? So much pain here. You guys think we're going to crash right now? I don't. I don't see the hourly trigger down here. I see a return to the hourly trigger. Let's see how high it is. Oh, yeah. Where is it? It's not that high. It's right here. see if we can buy this. Soul crushing. SPY. God, I missed so many good fucking trades. I'm always blabbing on this show. $31st, 16 days. Stop, don't go. No, stay there. $6.82. I probably want to go a little bit in, right? $6.82. $1.65. $2 for $6.80. Stay there. Now we're marking a bottom, right? Mark the bottom again. This is a beautiful place to get longs for the 31st. You want a nice little long for earnings? It's right here. I'm already buying. I'm not waiting. You can, but I'm not. There might be one more down right here. Might be one more quickie down here, but I'm going to add more. This is a perfect book note or a bookend. Why? Because I've already pre-planned, if this happens, I'm going to do this, right? I think there's one more. Nope, there's not one more down there. It's just right there. Are you scared? I'm not scared. Are you afraid of a crash? I'm not afraid. This is a great entry right here. 660 for I'm long right now. I'm adding I was long for the 17th, but I'm now adding the 31st right now. I want to make money on earnings. This is a great bookend, by the way, because we're going to roll right into earnings on a low right now. So let me ask you this next question. Would you put your short-term hedge on here? The answer is no. You need to be under the daily trigger with a new low and reject the cross of the hourly trigger. I want to be under for the long into the 31st. I want to be able to have stops under this in case we do reject the hourly trigger and it crosses the daily trigger, don't I? I should put that green, not yellow. This is a gift. I'm pretty happy with this. I'm fairly happy here. It's being bought up right now. Do you see it? This is a 1 hour basis here. See it being bought up right here in this candle? I'm watching that candle right now. You see it being consumed. This is the 10%. Out of 100 people, these are the 10 that know. And the other 90 of you eventually pay us. We need you to pay us. Ooh, nice. I'm already up. This is a great day today. I'm very happy with this outcome. It's like a sweet ass bookend, sweet ass like blast to the downside, a little bit of pain down here. And now we're going to roll into earnings, which is great. This is like perfect. And this is all perfect up here because we said you have to go to this point and we did not. You can see it, right? It's right there. We did not get the tick, did we? See that? See how? Do you see how like it's like pennies? It's always like pennies. And I'm kind of pissy because I didn't get that bottom tick. But it's all right. I'll buy this too. My stops will be down here, but I'm a little stinky because I'm doing the show. Like if I wasn't doing this show, I'd be down here fucking Johnny on the spot waiting. But it's okay. I try to like bottom and top tick that shit. I don't think this is bottom. I think we're going down one more. But it's okay. We're close enough. Horseshoes and hand grenades. This is fairly good. Could be worse. Whoop. I got to do all kinds of other shit while I'm trying to trade too. I want you to think, if you watched that private stream last night, I want you to think this afternoon about that stream and then what I just did on public with you guys. Your market awareness goes way bigger. And then you know what's up. As a matter of fact, on Friday, I was running trades from I think 1 or 2 or 3 into 4 p.m. When you guys were seeing me not talking, it's because I'm running those trades in the background. I'm like running these simulations. If you heard me, when you did hear me speaking, I was like, I just looked at spreads. They don't pay enough. I'm like, calls are better. When I was being very quiet, it wasn't because I wasn't doing anything. It was because I was working on my computer in the back, trying to figure out the best trade for where we were. And I was like, I don't really want to go out into the 31st yet. A lot of people bought the 31st there. I didn't like it because I didn't want to wait. I didn't want to see the rejection above on the hourly trigger and go back down and get a new low. And the payout was better too, so. Now trading $2.27. And I'm $2 under. If I think we're going to hit 280, 250, I want to underperform or overperform and under expect. So I'm buying a couple strikes that are more deeper in the money. My thought would be that 680, 250 would be worthless when we get there. And I would likely exit this trade, if you want to know, as we come into 80. So there'd be lots of OI, lots of IV, lots of demand, lots of FOMOers. And I can sell these to FOMOers. So I own them. You're going to want them. And it's a big fat round zero. We all need 680s right now. I bet you do. I've got them. Here you go. You can have them. Cap, why aren't you excited for 682? I am. I'm excited you're buying them from me. The best part, too, is you can join in to 82 with 0 dates. All right, I took my money in the 80s. Now I'm going to get my winnings, put them away, and I'm going to join you on FOMO. We're going to degen this together. Yep, $2.30. Now, if you're buying this here with me, you're buying this, you can always raise your stops. I expect us to go down here. You can't handle that, or that fear. You can take your money and run. We just hit the 1 minute trigger here. You did get the high. That's good to see. There's going to be a back test. We'll check and see if we get up here. Show this to you right now. You already know that we did this above, right? We're going to set it up again. Here it is right here. We want to see this high right here. We want to see the back test right there. We want to see this one right here. I want to see that one right there. And I want to see this above. If we can't get the above, so if we miss, show you this. If we miss that trade right there, let's say we start rolling, you can get out and wait for the drop down here. We can do it again. You can manage this trade very technically here. We'll leave this over here. You should be green right now, too. And don't hesitate to take a lick, too, or a cut. Let's say you're at like $2.16, $2.17, $2.18, $2.20. Don't ever hesitate to like let's say it goes to $2.10. You can get out and sell at $2.10. You can lose 10 cents, 20 cents. It's okay for you to lose. Like if you're like you can take a cut. You just don't want to give back the entire $2.20. You understand? You can get better positioning. We can crash right here. No matter. Just don't commit. Be willing to be flexible, you know? Oh, I tried to buy the dip right here. It starts rolling down. I'm a little bit red right now. I'm going to cut him loose. Oh, he blasts down here. All right, we'll try it again. You understand what I'm saying? This is how you manage trades when you're entering them. Right now, trade looks fine. I don't see anything doomish. Nothing yet. You finally get inside your trade. Cool, let's manage it now. Some of you don't even want that trade for the 31st. Some of you fucks are like, Cap, I'm only going to trade this right here. I know you day traders. You're like, Cap, I'm just taking that right there, bro. That's it. I'll get along with you above. And I realize that too. For most of you, you want to do that. You want to get above the daily trigger or the hourly trigger. Most of you traders that are out there, not the day traders and not the traders with time and market, most of you want to first see, you don't even want to execute along. You want to see the break above this in the successful back test. That's where you should be executing your longs. If you're a losing trader, you're higher. If you can't manage your emotions or know what's going on, then you have no business buying this dip. I'll be honest with you. Most of you do much better above the hourly trigger in a back test. Like price, hourly trigger, daily trigger. Most of you out there are fucking just like blindly buying shit and praying. That's the same for the fucking bears too. Not just these fucking bulls, but like, don't be blindly trading. Don't do it. It's not worth it. You'll just get eaten alive. That was my message to the bears earlier. Like, you want these specific things to happen for you to take the trade that works with a high degree of certainty, with an edge. The same thing goes for most bulls. You stay out of the way, let the bullshit pass, and then you get long, or you get short, or long puts, or, you know, whatever the fuck it is. This shit takes time in market with lots of losses. Whole shit ton of them. They don't feel good. They suck. I'm watching this shit like a hawk too because I don't want to lose any money today. Matter of fact, I'm going to put a sell stop on my shit. They're going to probably try to swipe it anyways. They'll likely try to sweep that low even if we're going higher. I'm going to try to take my stops. I'm almost guaranteed. I don't have them on yet, but I'm going to try to put them on here in just a minute. I don't feel like losing any money. I'm going to New York. I have the money to lose. Let me put some stops on here. Come on, baby, make me some money. Make me some money. Near perfect fucking strike right there. Look at that viciousness. There's some more shit lower, but I doubt it. I think that's bottom. I'm going to tell you guys right now. Oh, we're back to CJJ's call lot over here. It's actually a range. I just don't draw it in. It is down here. Actually, it's higher too. We got to remember we're on a 1 minute fucking chart here, not a goddamn hourly. Sorry about that. Whew. What will this, let's look at this really quick. I didn't even look at it. What will this be worth at the, just check this really quick. I'm fucking doing shit without even doing my own research here. Long call. 31st. I've got, what do I have? 680s. Oh, yeah. It prints 100% into the 27th. I just need a little bit of IV. More than 100%. Prints 250, but if I get a little bit of IV, it'll print 500%. If we get there earlier, it's gonna fucking print me 600, 700, or 800%. This trade is worth like 600, 700, 800%. This fucking trade is gonna ramp. There's your free money today, boys and girls. Now trading $2.42. We want to see this high tick right here. A little bit higher than this mark right here. We got to watch this closely. We want to see that nice little high tick up here. Keep your eyes glued on it, boys. Watch out, too. You got a 5-minute hourly trigger danger above. I want you to know if you're in this trade that this can easily fail and reject. You really want to see that high tick, and you really want to see. I really want to see that one. I'm greedy. I want to see like the fucking blast. Because there's a whole bunch of shit that can happen in here. Dealers can come in here, fucking grind us. Fucking grind us. Fucking grind us. When dealers know that you're doing this, I'll tell you right now. Sometimes it's straight V, but sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's like grind you the fuck out. Even if we're going higher. They'll try to like grind the chain down a little bit. So you gotta be careful of that. They try to like run this chain down, then they finally let loose on it. You don't want to be, buying a call for the 31st for $250 or $220 or whatever, $2 or $216. I think the low is $210. I couldn't get to it quick enough, but and then all of a sudden they're repricing that option to $1. You know what I mean? So you really want to if they're doing any repricing in the chain, especially if it's around binary events and shit like that, sometimes you're just chilling and waiting. We're not in a binary event right now, but there's different mechanics when you're picking bottoms or tops you got to be careful of. Like you could be directionally right, but not make the 5 or 6 or 7 or 800%. You could be directionally right and be making 30% or 100%. You want every edge that you can get in this. Every little fucking thing on your side. Every fucking little thing. You want it all. And you're going to be wrong, so you need that edge. You want to be where they are. You want to be where the dealers are, the buyers are, the banks are. You want to be with them in trend. Not an easy thing to do. It's constant fucking fuckery. Not all the time. Sometimes you get lucky, but you'll oftentimes see like a lot of fucking bullshit along the way. Especially in this market. This market has been ever since HFTs are now high frequency trading is being used by everybody. It's a pain in the ass. The volumes that are coming in, I don't know if you guys know this, but like the volumes here are huge. Like then you'll get like a volumes here and they just like die off. Like we're talking millions. Like the volumes are just stupid. So you see like people are trading on way smaller frames than you are, more prevalent than ever. So it makes for a fucky market. I see more liquidation break. It's a telltale sign of this. Our liquidation breaks are more frequent than they've ever been. They started really big time. I want to say like 5 or 7 years ago, 8 years ago or something. But you'll see liquidation breaks are frequently that reason. There's a lot of volume coming in for someone trading a smaller time frame, and then once that volume dries up, the dealer automatically delta hedges all that volume. I don't think you're going to get that here. Maybe not. This should be bottom, so if this is bottom, the flows should stay. Should stay. Should be lots of buyers here. Lots like just continually buy. These fucking bulls. These fucking bulltards. These fucking degenerates. These goddamn fucking buyers. Pavlovian dog. Fucking bulls. I hate fucking bulls. Don't worry, I got your bears. I'll play music for you guys. Your bears want some music? I didn't play any music on Friday for you. I apologize. I forgot. I'm serious. I meant to play it on Monday for you, and I didn't. I like Monday was kind of a touchy day for bears, so I'm like, I'm not gonna play it. I meant to play it on Friday or on Friday close, and I didn't fucking get to it, so I'm sorry. I'll play some bear music right now. We have a chance, so I apologize for not doing that for you. I didn't mean that intentionally. I was really busy trying to get long, and I had like whenever you're like a major bottom, major top. Whenever you're at a major bottom, major top, you're like putting out fires. I'm like trying to like here, suck on my titty, and how about you over here? You okay? Oh, you were gonna crash on Monday? Okay, put you over here, and you bull, you're hurt. I'll put you over here. So I got a lot going on. I really apologize for that. Let's do it right now. We just had a nice down move. Pull out here. What are we gonna play right now? We're gonna play electronic. Oh, wait a minute. Well, I got a new RAM, so maybe we can play this on this computer. Let's check. Oh shit, I fucked up the volume. All right. Well, that's not gonna work. Hold on. Shit. I fucked up my system. Hold on here. I got music playing in my ear, but you guys don't hear it. Just let me check the source on this. I got you, brothers. Hold on. Is that playing for you? No? Come on. Seriously? Is it just taking a while? I got the cable input going. Desktop audio too. Check this really quick. Nope. Oh. Why is that on Wi-Fi? Check 1, 2. I know that's bad music. It's just a test. Hold on. Global settings, maybe? Oh, maybe that might be it. Is that working? Why is that source not coming into God damn it, I fucked up my shit. I hate that I fucked that up. Maybe that's it? Check, 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 check. Nope, that ain't it. Check, check, check. Checkity, check, check, Rekka. What is this one? All right, what's the global settings in the microphone? I fucked all this up. Hold on here. God damn it, I gotta go back and fix all this shit. I'm totally fucking this up in the background. Hold on here, guys. Desktop audio too. I'm gonna delete that shit. Check 1, 2. Hold on here. Slap that ass. Inside here. There's a real-time fucking shot calling and going on in here, isn't there? Anyway, down there, we got over there. What is that thing called? Slap that ass, motherfucker. Motherfucker, slip that ass. Doesn't it feel good? Buying dips? Doesn't that feel good? How's that feel? It feels good being under, doesn't it? Oh, yeah, let them do whatever they need to do here now. I don't give a fuck. How's that? Feels good, doesn't it? Feels good when you're under, doesn't it? Woo! That doesn't feel good to you? I think it feels great. Feels good to be in the right side of a trade, doesn't it? A little bit of chill. There's still this thing down here. See it? If you want to get out, you can. Some of you guys are always fucking, God damn it, I bought the dip and it kept on dipping. Hold on here. Hold on here. Feels good, doesn't it? Got a little bit of breathing room now. Wait till they come back down and retest your low. It's going to piss you off. Keep watching this right here. Hold on here. There's a lot of sellers up here. Watch out. They're fucking up there. These are the polo guys. Watch out for polo guys. Am I logged in right now? All right, here we go. All right. Well, hold on. I'm going to do this, guys. Hold on here. I got a little breathing room here, so hold on. Genre. Like, hold on. Oh, okay, we got electronic. I just added it. Wait. Bear with me here. You hear that? Hold on a second. I got a lot going on here. Oh shit! I gotta delete this. I can't hear that. I gotta delete that. Oh, wait a minute. I can't hear. Yeah, I think you can hear it, but I can't. Nope, that's wrong. That's wrong too. Dude, this fucking shit sucks. I can hear it. Can you guys hear it? I can't hear it. God, I fucked this whole thing up so bad. Default. Still playing. Bookmap playing? Alright, hold on. Why can't I hear that shit? I fucked this whole thing up so bad. God damn it. The first Noel, what is that? I bet this music sounds like shit. Dude, why is damn my ass. Oh god, it's a pain in the ass. Check 1, 2.
Take our stand.
I can't hear that. Nope, I can't hear that.
Every step across the land, striving strong, mighty thing. Gonna feel it in my soul. Gonna chase and reach my goal. Every beat, every roll, gonna make the world whole.
Oh, wait a minute. Check 1, 2. Check. Okay, I can hear that. I apologize for that horrible music. I didn't know it was horrible. Like, I gotta suffer through this guy fucking playing horrible music. Holy shit. I didn't want to do just electronic. I wanted to do dark. What's going on over here? What the fuck is going on? Genre. Electronic plus include, and then no, we gotta be angry. I want angry. I want dark. Mood. Uplifting. Nope. Epic. Fuck no. Bears aren't epic and powerful and exciting and happy and funny and carefree and hopeful and loving and playful and groovy and sexy and peaceful and mysterious and serious and dramatic. No, they're angry and they're scary. And they're dark. It's that garbage they're playing. Bears crushing the downside move. Look at that pain down there. Blood and death and destruction and wiping out the bulls. Margin calls. Oh yeah, 270, dude. Woo! That's horrible too. That's really bad. Like half the audience is leaving. Never coming back to the stream ever again. Dude, what is going on here? Why am I not playing? What is going on here? Oh, there we go. Yes. The Bears are waiting for you on every new high. They're going to smash you at 70 and 72. They're going to smash you at 75 or 70, 72, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95. The Bulls will eventually lose. I will be right. And I will smash them. At every 0 and 5 and 250. And I don't know when you have your common pants to be paid, but I will be there. What is that shit? Not bearish. Dude, I gotta get some bear tunes going. This one's called Annihilator. That's a good one. Here we go. I got it. This is an old school. We used to play this all the time. When we were in the bear market, I used to play a song all the time. I think. Oh, yeah. So this is where the Bulls lost right here. Watch out for a retrace down below. Look at that now. If any of you want to get off the bus or the train, this is where FOMO lives. We could easily drop back down, then break out. Just noteworthy here. O'clock. This is where I thought we'd go up and trade. 2 p.m. we'd start going higher. I didn't think we'd go this deep, but still think at 2 we go up and trade the 73. I think it's called. Yeah, right there, 73. Still there. Still there. Like nothing ever happened, bro. Just a hit and run. If you bought that dip with me, those calls were $2.10. They're now trading $2.76, $2.74. Congrats. These aren't even 0 dates. I'm gonna take a quick break and go potty. Dude, what is with this music? I don't know what the fuck is going on. I'm gonna turn this off. I'll fix this later tonight. I'll get some music going. So just a heads up, I've been having some issues with my computer. I fixed it. So what I did was I tried to move music over there, and now I need to move it back to this computer. And while I was dilly-dallying, I was messing with global audio settings, and I was also messing with my virtual mixer and my virtual cable and my local audio settings, like 4 different things. So I apologize. And I don't know why this music's so garbage, but I'll have to figure it out. Why it's so garbage. I don't want to I've already made your ears bleed, your eyes and your ears bleed for the last 2 hours ranting. So just give me like a few minutes here. Remember too that this is still live right here. This mark that needs to be done is still valid. You need to get above there. Okay? None of that's changed. And we can easily roll here too. So if you're like the guy that's always losing, you can take your money and run. Don't feel like you got to stick around with me and doing this. You gotta be able to manage your trade. So I understand this is a good trade right here. If you did 0 dates there, it's a beautiful fucking trade. But we can easily go right down here. Slam into that right down there. There's gonna be a grind up there. I don't disagree with traders that like to be in and out. I understand that. Like, I want to say something here. This is important. You know how people call out 0 date traders and futures traders and prop traders and all that? And they're like, those fucking degenerates. Those guys make more money in 15 minutes than a lot of you make in 2 weeks. They do very well. So I'm with the degen 0 date trader and the futures trader and the prop trader. I just don't think they're all really good at what they do. But and I don't think our market is geared towards weekly trades and swings like it used to be, personally. But so if somebody's making funny out there in public, just blow them off. They're nobody. I'll be back with you guys in a few minutes. I think we're good here. So give me like 15 minutes. I'm just going to go potty really quick. I'll be back in like 15 minutes. We're going to do the second part of the show. And the second part of the show is going to be earnings trades, or cascading into the earnings trades for you into the 27th and 31st. Come back and stick around with me. And there's a reason for that. I'm going to give you the inflection points for volatility, for OPEX, Vixpiration, some other events, Jerome Powell rate cuts end of month, and what it looks like into the end of the year, and the window for bears to get this done, to have a correction. I want you to be able to see where that is and where they need to be, where the sellers need to be. And there's a reason for that too. There is a window lower, much, much lower in my view than a lot of bulls want. So we got to look at that, and you got to monitor it from now into mid-November. I think it's valid for you to at least know about it. And I showed you earlier how to hedge, top line shit, how to hedge that. I did it more in a private stream last night, but you're getting the gist now, right? I'm hoping that you do get the gist, and while you hedge those moves, the private stream last night, I showed them the real danger. There is real danger down in like 560 right now, believe it or not. It's very small, very small. It's a caution, but you do want to be aware of it. I think the community is aware of it. I wouldn't trade it right now, but I wouldn't even trade it. There's no point in trading it, but you got to be aware of everything in advance before you get there. So if anything happens, you know what to do, and you don't, and your shit fucking hair's not on fire. I'll be right back. Give me like 15 minutes. Stick around. I'll be here. It's 2 p.m. I'll probably be here till 5 or 6. So we'll look at some of this shit after the bell and stuff. If nobody's interested, I'll turn the stream off at 4, and we can do it with the community from 4 to 6 or something. I could probably have a drink or something too, I think. And I was supposed to fucking book my flight. God damn it. I was like, we're gonna trade sideways. I'm gonna book my flight, give a quick lesson, and then I still haven't booked my goddamn flight nor my hotel. So every day it passes is gonna be more and more expensive. I'm so fucking myself. Anyways, give me 15 minutes. I'm just gonna go potty. I gotta go pee pee. And I'll be right back with you guys. You guys all good out there? Oh, I'll be right back. Oh, I missed the whole fucking chat. I know I haven't fucking booked it yet. I'm gonna do it right now. No, well, no, hold on. No, time out. So, like, I got other friends that want to, like, not, like, time out. Like, Joe wants to come. Fucking Sean wants to come. Like, these guys have money too. Like, I know how it is with men, dude. I know how we roll. It's like, it's 20K here, 5K there, 2K there, fucking 10. I do this. I go with lots of friends, and it's always like outbidding each other to spend money. My wife, dude, right? I gotta tell you a story. My fucking wife is like, I hate when you go out with the guys. Because, like, when I go with my wife and my kids, we're always like, save a little bit here. It's always like save mode. When I'm out with my friends, my guy friends, it's always like, who can outdo each other? I know how this goes. It's like, it's a dick measuring contest, I got this. Don't worry about it. Bring over the Louis tray. Get a whole round for everybody. I'm shit-faced. Let's get them all around. No, you ain't fucking paying. Fuck you. I got this. Fuck off. Bring us the fucking tomahawk steaks. Are we gonna eat it? Fuck no. It's 80 fucking ounces of beef. I just want to look at it. I know how this goes. Yeah, buy a round for all those spots over there. And then, of course, we bring women with us, and they're worse than us. The fucking women are normally worse than the guys. Like, we'll bring, like, this actually isn't just men. I'll go out with, like, a bunch of women, too. They're fucking worse than the men. Fucking... Oh, man. I gotta go potty. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta go pee. I really gotta go I gotta go fucking potty. I'll be right back. I just know how this shit works. This is like Burning Man, or when you go to Burning Man, you're like, it's only gonna cost you $2,000. And then you go to Burning Man, you're like fucking $100,000 later, and you're like, where the fuck did all that money go? Oh, yeah, I went to decomp over in Reno. Oh, I was supposed to go home, and I spent an extra 3 days doing this and that. Fucking, don't worry, I'll tell my wife next month. The wife is like, dude, my wife is always like, she's like, looks at my she looks at my credit cards, and she's like, what the fuck was this charge? I'm like, oh, I got drunk, and someone said something to some people over there, so I bought them all drinks. I told that asshole never to say that again. You exchange sex for products. You go hang outside of the fucking orgy dome and beg somebody to have pity on you to take you inside. Sorry, earmuffs out there if you've never been to the burn. Oh God, it's so terrible. Please, ma'am, take pity on me and bring me in the orgy dome. Well, we're two dudes. All right, I'm gay for 5 minutes. Can you take me in the orgy dome? I'll settle. Just act like you fit in if you're coming with us. How do I fit in between us? Ah, shit, I'm the creamy filling. That's not, you're not on bad behavior. It's me. I get on bad behavior. I'm always the one looking for trouble. It's not you. It's me. I'm admitting to what I do when I go and hang out with the boys and the girls. I gotta go potty. I'll be right back. Give me like 5 minutes. in. This in. Buy my ticket. All right, check 1, 2. Oh yeah. Now trade 280. I want to watch this closely here. Just check this. No, I had to grab some stuff to do my. I got to buy these tickets here. I got to buy tickets and I got to buy. I got to buy tickets and had to grab another computer for it. I keep all this shit separate. Hold on here. I keep all this stuff separate because of security. So, like, I only do certain things on certain computers. I've had a brokerage broken into. And I don't like... I'm trying to get you a little bite to eat here, too. I stole my daughter's goldfish. I don't have a lot of opportunities to eat or do shit for myself. So, excuse my inconsiderate eating. I had to grab a laptop. I was watching. Did you guys watch the? Did you guys see the 60 Minutes from this weekend? They had a piece on cyber warfare with China. Cyber warfare. It's like such a 2000 term. So as a streamer, you can see the packets coming in when I stream and stuff. It's brutal. Like Russian bots, Chinese bots, you name it. There's all kinds of different scams out there. Like there's a big scam out there where if you hear any kind of music, even if they pay for the licensing or it's free, scammers will hit you for the Google AdSense on it, and you're not going to fight it. Most people won't fight it, so they just win. But I've got like firewalls over firewalls. I've got two different internets running into my house, and I keep my private life separate from this life on a whole nother internet. You know, social media scores and we're being tracked everywhere. You know what it is, right? It's like, it's just, I'm sure you guys know what it is, but nefarious, very smart people that are nefarious, and governments and companies, and it always freaks me out. I was out recently, so I'm not that famous. I'm not even a D-tier celebrity. I'm nobody. But I look at my numbers, like who's watched the show in the course of a year. It's fucking huge. It's millions and millions of unique viewers. And I can see how long you watch. You know what's crazy? I got some crazy stats. I should post them publicly sometime. Like, what we think is that a certain percentage of this free audience is Joe Donut related it to me. He was like, "You're basically a free news squawker." So when we look at the numbers of people that watch, there's a significant portion that only show up, like that bottom right there. They only show up to the show at that bottom. So they're planning a trade, or they want to go deeper, and they'll show up to the stream and just check. They'll use me as a like a confirmation check. Like, hey, I have this plan, and what does this guy think? But then there's another significant portion of you that watch for multiple hours. The average watch time, I think, right now is like 3 or 4 hours out of a day. It's fairly significant. 2.5. We used to be at like 2.5. That's still very, very significant. Watching a stream for multiple hours this is why I've never sold you guys out. Like, I don't know if you guys know this, but some of you guys might know this. Some of you guys probably don't. So the most easily or not easily, the two best viewers are children and crypto stock market traders, because because kids have their parents' purse strings, and parents want to keep their kids happy. That usually involves like Minecraft, Roblox, but it can also involve like toys and shit. And then the other one is you. No matter if you're a man, woman, your color of your skin, your creed, your nationality, none of that matters. You're likely the decision maker in your family. If it's one person or 10, it doesn't matter. And you likely have money to spend, and you make those decisions. So you as an audience is very valuable to sponsors and selling courses, you name it. There's all kinds of ways to monetize it. And you make those decisions. I think that's been our agreement since day one, right? Like, I would never fucking throw you under a bus like that. So, but it's fascinating because when I look at the unique viewers over the course of a year on we stream to 4 platforms, and we restream in Europe, and a couple Discords and blogs. But when you total them all up, the numbers are in the tens of millions. It's like, I think right now we're at like 20 million unique viewers this year. Something insane like that. So, like, I'm not a celebrity or anything, but there are times when I go out, people will recognize me. They don't always know who I am, but they will recognize me sometimes. You know, you figure that many people, it doesn't take too many people for someone to recognize who you are, even if they don't know who you are. Like, hey, you look familiar. Something like that. I was saying that because recently we're talking about cybercrime and stuff, and cyber scamming or internet scamming and stuff. And I was out recently, and I think someone knew who I was. They like brought up a topic that we had spoken about, and he was commenting on it to me, and I was like, that's too much of an ironic. I was like, this is kind of fucking weird. I was a little freaked out by it. I'm assuming he knew who I was. He just probably trades crypto or some shit, and recognized me, didn't want to say anything. I found it even creepier, rather than just saying something. I prefer when people say it, just like, you look familiar, or I know who you are, or something like that. I'm a pretty private guy. Like, I was relating a story to you earlier. I went out recently and with some longtime friends, not you guys here, with some longtime friends that I have in Detroit, and we went out to a big game and stuff, and we had a friend in the friend group that thought it'd be cute to be like, oh, this guy's that, and da-da-da. And I was like, dude, don't say anything. Like, I'd rather nobody know anything about my life. I like compartmentalize this stuff. Like, some of that shit's kind of weird and freaky. And I get panicky. I don't know why. But I do, like, I'm not going to mention the thing, but I just read a bunch of shit about me recently. It was good. I was really taken aback by it. I really was. Someone brought up to me something that said, hey, man, do you know that you're being talked about over here? And I was like, really? And I had no idea. It was all positive, all really good. I was shocked, but I really was. I was shocked. But at the same time, I was freaked out. I really was. I was like, oh, fuck. It was like a moment of panic. I've never been that guy, so I've never sought that shit out, so I don't know what that means. Like, I don't even know what this means. I don't even know what any of this is. I could never have told you 5 or 6 years ago or 10 years ago I'd be doing this, ever. So whenever that shit happens, I freak the fuck out. I'll be honest with you guys. Like, you want like moments of honesty? I panic. Like, I really do. Like, there's some panic in there. I don't know. It's bizarre. It's not necessarily bad. It's just not nice either. It's more like moments of almost like if you've ever smoked marijuana, and like I don't smoke a lot of marijuana. As a matter of fact, I never smoked marijuana in my entire life. And I don't smoke now, but I have taken like gummies. I have taken hits off whatever those fucking things they have there, vapes. If I go to like Burning Man or something, or some big thing, you know, like EDC or something like that, I'm with friends. As I get older, I don't have as many. Like as I get older, it's really weird. Like as I get older, I have way less hang-ups. I'm way easier to. I let a lot of shit go that I couldn't let go when I was young. Or I needed to be this, or I needed to be that, or all that kind of shit. You'd be surprised. As you get older, you get, I don't know, maybe they say as people get older, they get more conservative. I'm getting way easier. I had to live very professional. I have to do this and do that. And if I failed at anything, I beat myself up. And you're going to fail in life. But of course, I would always be like, I can't have this and I can't have that. And if that person does this and this happens to me, you know, I have all these rules and shit. And then as I get older, I'm like, fuck all that. I don't care. Like, get out of my face. Like, leave that shit to a kid. So I've never experienced this. I didn't try to, and it's all new for me. I'm not really asking for it either. If you ever see me on FinTwit, like I actively try to lose followers. I actively do that. When I first started getting followers on FinTwit, I think I hit like 10,000 and really fast. Like I was like lots of followers. I know that some of that today, for me to get followers, I have to do certain things or pay a certain amount of money or do certain things specifically. But when I hit like that 10,000, the account didn't become fun anymore. And almost immediately, there were a lot of expectations on that account. And which I thought was fine. I wasn't not fine with that. I didn't like, I think like the first, like right when I had like 10,000, like I started noticing, first of all, I had the time to interact. And number two, I started to notice that people were reading into my posts. Like, what does he mean? And I'm like, I don't mean anything. I'm just fucking shit posting, you know, or I'm doing this or it's that or whatever. And then there are the trolls and this and that. And so my experience on socials got worse and worse, for me at least. And now I don't have a ton of time. I try to get on there when I can to interact with people like, hey, man, I love you, or I haven't had a chance to fucking talk to you in a while. Or I appreciate you just standing up for me, that kind of shit. But my experience with super minor fame is not or I can't surely say that it's like I don't want it. It's more that I'm unprepared for it, and I don't know how to deal with it, and I wasn't looking for it, and I didn't dream about it my entire life. I didn't say when I'm a kid I'm going to be this and be that. That was other things, and I wanted to be other things. So I feel a little left-footed often. And then there's another part of this, which is I'm not built for it either in a way. Like I didn't. I'm not seeking it out, so I'm not 100% prepared for what it involves and what it's required of it either. Like there's like a moment where you're expected, I guess, or it's built, or the system is built for you to do certain things. Like you should be this and you should do that, and you should interact or hire people to do this and hire people to do that, and it's fake. It's all fucking fake, and the whole fucking thing is fake. All of it. It's all contrived and it's all manufactured for your consumption. And I don't know why, but I can't get over that. Like I can't get over it in my psyche. I can't get over it in my like I don't know if it's values and morals. I don't know what it is, but I can't be that guy. I don't know why. I should be fine with that. And I'm not. And I don't know what that means exactly either. I need to ask someone about it, and I haven't been able to. I probably should go to a counselor or something about it. The people that I talk to about it, they have no experience with it either, and a lot of my people that I trust, they're like, "Hey, just roll with it," you know. And but when it's you, it's different, right? It's kind of like when you, let's say you paint your living room, and you're like, "Ooh, this is amazing," or you get your new car, and someone's like, "Oh, nice new car, man. It's awesome." But it's not the same as how you like your thing, right? That works in this situation too. There's another way to look at this too. I had a really tragic house fire, and I lost everything, and my family almost died. We almost died, and I should be dead today. I literally should be dead right now. There's no reason that I'm alive sitting here right now, and it was pure luck. Now, when I went through that, you know, and I've had people go through bad experiences in their lives. I never realized that only if you've been through something like that can you relate. And I realized the difference between compassion and empathy. But like I have compassion, but I can't empathize because I haven't been there. But when you go through something really tragic, it's it really is different. And I had when that happened, I had 2 or 3 people that I knew that came to me privately and said, "I've been through this tragedy, not this exact tragedy, but a tragedy like this." And how they spoke and interacted with me was completely different from someone that had compassion for me. And I really needed that because in that moment, it was very fucking bizarre. And if you've ever been through a tragedy, and I mean a real one, like death or losing everything or maimed forever, maybe you've lost a leg or something, or your life has changed permanently forever, you might know what I'm talking about. If you've been to war, any of those things, you've seen things. I saw some shit in the Army, but nothing like this moment. You know what the difference was with this house fire than my time in the Army? When I was in the Army, I was responsible for myself, and I had a weapon, and I had my own agency. When I had my house fire, I didn't. I had children and a wife that didn't have agency, and I felt like a fucking failure trying to protect them. And that was completely fucking different. It was like being assaulted, sexually assaulted. A lot of women probably go through this, where you don't have your agency when you fight something. If that makes any sense. You didn't have a say in the outcome. You couldn't fight back, or you could, but you didn't. You weren't on equal playing field. I have an M4 and you have an M4. That is a completely different psychological thing than only I have an M4 and you have none. If you have none, your experience is completely different from mine. I don't know how to explain that better. I'm trying to, but anyways. So going through this thing right now, I'm like, I get weirded out. I'm like, oh shit. Like, what does that mean? Oh my God. So anyways, I shouldn't be talking about this stuff, but I am. And that's why, like, I do shit on different computers and I keep shit separate. And I know there's scammers out there, and I got scammed once. I had my brokerage broken into. I was talking to people that I thought I knew, and I didn't. And they were running a scam on me. They got me into my brokerage. Didn't learn just enough about me to break in. I caught it quick. They started running a bunch of shit against my brokerage. They weren't actually. They were trying to like run shit against my brokerage. They got caught. Like, you know how it happened. I'll tell you how it happened. At that time, I had I think I had like $2,000 or $300,000 in a Robinhood account, and I can't guarantee it. It was either these people or it was through the Robinhood card. It was one of these two ways that they got in. But they started draining the account, and Robinhood caught it. And there's some protection there. There's like, I think it's $50,000 or something. It was quickly resolved, but from that point forward, from that point forward, I took this shit seriously. Just trying your best to like have a little bit of fucking privacy. Not an easy thing. I think some of that relates into this too. Like, I kind of like privacy. Not privacy, but I'm about my boys, not my girls, my friends. I just want to enjoy their company, you know? And, I've been told, like, you give that up, fuck you. I've been told that by friends. They're like, sorry, fuck you. You're doing this, and so that's, like, you're selling your soul to the fucking devil, so fuck you. They're kind of right, too, you know? I see their perspective. I see their perspective. I'm a pretty pragmatic person. I know I come off like I'm not, but I am. Like, I'm pretty pragmatic. Somebody's like, yeah, what about this argument? That I'm like, yeah, that guy's a little bit grain of truth in there. Or maybe I don't agree with your perspective, but I can definitely see your perspective. I don't know what you call that. Thrust into something that I I'm kind of fine with it, but at the same time, I'm prepared for it. And of course, I'm not doing this from the perspective of, hey, let's become famous, or let's start streaming and let's make a bunch of money and all this other fucking stupid shit. I don't know. It's bizarre. If any of you out there watching this have been through this, hit me in a DM, because I don't know. I feel like I'm fucking left-footed constantly. Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. It all feels new to me. And of course, I'm going to make mistakes and piss people off, and that's not my intent. Maybe I'm an anti-hero. I don't know. That's what I try to tell myself. Like, you're kind of a protagonist, but you're kind of like the anti-protagonist. You know what I mean? Like, the guy's kind of a bad guy, but he's a good guy. He's not a bad guy. He's ultimately the good guy. I don't know if that's it either, but and maybe it tones down some of the absurdity of doing this. And that's what I think this is. Like, there's a little bit of absurdity. Like, you know, like, we're going to, like, max out everything to try to make millions of dollars off people, and as quickly as possibly can. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm doing my thing, and fuck it, if it ends, it ends, you know, whatever. A little bit more lackadaisical. A little bit more like, I don't know, if the fame finds me, fine. If it doesn't, I'm fine. I don't really care. I'm not looking for it. And if anything, the more I can slow it down, the better off I am. Like, I know about that shit in real life. Like, it's kind of like when you're raising rates in a good economy. You want the good economy to last a little bit longer. You want things to be kind of cool for as long as you possibly can. And when you get to I was in the top of my profession, and I mean the top, like 0.00001% of my profession, I was in that. And once you get there, you kind of get like, you're like, whatever, fuck it, I'm out of here, or fuck those guys, or I've had enough of this, or I've done my 10,000 hours plus another 90,000 hours, and you're kind of like, so I kind of like taking it slow. It's almost like a fucking like a governor or something that tries to slow the engine down a little bit, and I'm not buying into it fully, and I'd rather just take it slow and have fun, and I don't want it to ruin my life either. There's other parts of this too. Like, I got a wife I love, and I got kids I love, and I've never been that guy, so I didn't meet my wife with that agreement with her. And I think that's fine too. I don't think it's bad to have that agreement with your wife or your friends or whatever. But I never had that agreement. I never promised that. I never said I was that. So even becoming that, or possibly becoming that, we never had that discussion. You know, when you get older, you have relationships with people, and those relationships change, right? I got a friend in college who now is married, or I was married first, and then he was married later in life, and our agreements, is a very close friend of mine. Our agreements in life have changed over the years with how our lives have changed. And I've had other friends where our lives grew apart so much that we don't even talk anymore. It's not negative. It's just relationships and agreements and compacts in those relationships change as time passes. Sometimes you are able to keep that relationship, or it grows even more. Or with my wife, it's like I see older people, and I'm like, you know, you can grow apart at some point, you know, and you're drifting away with your own things as you get older. Some of people don't. Sometimes you're like, oh, you're going to take up pottery? Maybe I'll take it up with you. Or you're going to take up raking the leaves? I'll rake the leaves with you. But sometimes that isn't the case, right? I think I'm going through a little bit of that too. Where, you know, I don't want my wife to have fucking fake tits and fucking $1 million fucking houses and fucking like purses like that and all that other stupid shit. And I'm not home, and I'm not with them, and that kind of stuff. And I think that stuff matters if that's who you are or whatever, and you didn't have that. And I think there's a lot of danger in there too. You see that, right, a lot. Who's the guy? Jeff Bezos. I think he's married once or twice or something. I think that's a good example, or an example, you know. They were probably in love at one time. Probably okay too. They're not anymore, but I don't know. I fucking like my Jeff Bezos ex-wife. You know, she's awesome. My best fucking friend, man. Bitch has been there since day fucking one. Thick or thin, good or bad, ugly, I don't care. She's always been there. So I owe her that ass, you know. She's it. Anyways, we're trading right now. Get back to the regularly scheduled programming here. I don't know why the fuck I went into that thing, but I apologize to you if you're like, oh, fuck this guy. Say it. Just be like, fuck you, man. I'm fine with that too. We're trading right now 665.70. Calls are now $2.99. If you want off the bus, here's your next chance to get off the bus. We did get a little bit of a tick higher there. Do you see that? Just a tick. That's good to see. Why is that good to see? Because why? Coming down here right now, we're like, hey, can we buy this to go up and take out that 72, right? We knew we were rolling down over here. We're thinking, well, I think we knew we were rolling down, but I said to you, I don't think the 5-minute holds, right? So let's rewind here. We came down to the 5-minute, called that just fine, and I said to you, well, I'm going to do an interlude and go look at some other shit with you. I said, I don't think this holds. In the half hour was weak. Plus, I knew the half hour was coming up on SPX. So I'm like, be careful of this one right here, right? So we blast down. You'd think that would hold, and it didn't, did it? So we held right here, and I said to you what? I said, hey, look, we're sitting down here. What we'll do is we'll look for the new high. We need this new high to take a long here, right? So we need to see this to execute a long, right? Why? You want to see the strength of the buyer. This is where the seller is. And on a back test, right, you'd take that trade here and the 5 minute would come up, right? So we're like off and running. And that didn't show itself, did it? A savvy seller probably saw this. Failure to get the high, failure to get the high, and there's your head and shoulders, right? And so down we go, right? Down to the downside. So we kept blabbing, talking about a bunch of shit that actually is related to this. And they blasted us down, right? Blasted us down. And I think I even said to you earlier, I think they saved this for later. I think we go up here. Am I in the wrong place? Just move a bunch of shit. Anyways. I'm like, I think that they saved this shit for over here. So we come down here, right? Hit that one up there, and then we blast down on this orange line. And then we're up and out of here. Fucking bears are like terrorists, aren't they? So they didn't wait, did they? They came right down in here, hit and run, nice and early. Right? Blasted all the way down to the orange line. I didn't catch it over here yet. And what did we do? In this time period, I showed you how you think about trades in advance. A week, 2 weeks, and you're looking for certain things to happen. So when we came down, even down here, you know that I already know that's down there. You know that what I need to put that short-term hedge on from my explanation to you earlier. And I felt confidence buying this, didn't I? Why? Because I'm already thinking about this shit, right? You should be too, right? With all your trades. So we're now here, aren't we? Regularly scheduled programming. Right back to where we should be. And now we want to watch out for what? Down here, right? Back up here. We already took this one out over here. We already took that one out there. We already know that eventually the implication is, even with all this drama, that, this little tiny 1 minute chart that's, likely going up there and rip that face up. Matter of fact, we should go up here and up here now, and then down there and up there. The way is still higher right now, right? Now we're going to talk about the last part of the show, which is after going over all of this information earlier, it leads into earnings. It leads into earnings and positioning for earnings. And we need the overview. We need to know where volatility is. This isn't volatility, by the way. We already know that that's Polo. If this was Marco, do you see Marco? Do you see Polo? That's Polo. Marco is the kind of guy who wants to drop bombs on you, right? And this is actually conducive to Marco being gone too, isn't it? So our thesis still is alive that Marco has moved higher, is likely at 682.50. I said 43. It's somewhere in here. I measured it already, I think, back here. And there's a few things I want to talk to you about here. And I want you to be prepared for earnings. We had, of course, a lot of the banks are already reporting right now. We've already had some of them already report. Now, fascinating or not fascinatingly, depending on how you're looking at it, financial corporations have not given up the ghost of the trend they are on for corporate earnings. So if you have the obscenity of free money era, corporate profits for non-financial corporations, those are back in line again. We're right about here. And no, that doesn't mean crash. We did that in 2022. We're back in line again. Sorry. Now, financials have not done that. They came into this trend and they've stayed in this trend. There is something important in this. Whenever we get to the top, if you want something to short, those financial institutions are going to get fucking destroyed. And do you know the last time we were like this? Does anybody out there know? You'd probably have to be about 60 years old, maybe older. So the banks, like your Goldman Sachs and your JPM, they're very similar to young people where they don't have experience. Young people don't have wisdom, which is just time alive, right? To remember. You know, the greatest generation is gone now, right? They would not be happy. I'm going to tell you right now, they would not be happy with where we are in the world today. But they're all dead. That's true. And they would not be happy today. And it kind of is good that they're dead. Why? Because you can run this same shit that they ran back then when they were alive and young or not even born yet, and you'll have no pushback. And there are people alive today that know that too. That's real. So what they'll do is run the same programs over and over and over again, especially if you're no longer alive to bitch about it or how it's done. And especially if they fought for this and that in the last economy. They're not there to want even more this time around, are they? So if you're young, you have no experience with that. And the banks are like this too right now. In 2008, banks rode with the market. And after 2008, traders and investors that were young said, I will never again trust these fucking banks. And for a long time after 2008, those same banks never flew with the market. They stayed down for years. And that was anger from retail. That's a real fucking thing that happened. And that's not the case today. Well, they're high flyers once again. GS is worth double what it was worth earlier this year. Rightfully so. Their profits are up here. And it is rightfully so. But on the flip side of that, a lot of young people have no fucking idea that you can't trust those fucking banks. And you might think to yourself that, hey, I don't trust a bank anyways, Cap. But I mean, like, hey, I went to college. I bought a house. I raised kids. I bought a second house and a third house. You never hear about those people. Like we bitch about boomers that got theirs. There's a whole nother group of boomers you never hear from. Those fucking boomers got washed out. That story is not told today. They lost everything and never, ever came back. And a lot of them are dead or dying right now. Those people will never, ever truly trust a bank. And that is from their experience with the banks. It's not compassion, it's empathy. And it's hard to understand that unless you've been through it. So it is kind of shocking to see banks up there again, but on another hand, it's not. Now, why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing this up because we just went through some of the bank earnings. And then we're heading into non-financial earning or non-financial corporate earnings. And those corporations were flying up here. They were flying up the free money era. They were flying up during the free money era. And then once we started doing some QT, they came back into line again. If this was trend, they're right about here right now. And what that shows is a few things. It shows that they have absorbed a lot of these tariffs for where we are. And it brings great questions to their guidance. Up until recently, last Friday, it was thought that tariffs were done, trade war would improve, to trade dispute, to trade relations. And the reason that that matters is because if you're in the middle of a trade war, as they're down here, the guides are going to tell you one of two things. We're really going to pass that shit along, or we're going to lose more corporate profit. Now, as of right now, if they come into these guides and they tell you we're going to pass this shit along some more, that's what I would do. I know how well off you are. I will watch it very closely. And no matter what you read about the zeitgeist about how bad people are off, they're not. I thought you'd be worse off. And I didn't realize they were going to eat those profits. So I did, but I wanted to see if they would, and they did. You have a little bit more room. Pre-Trump, you were probably a 9 out of 10, maybe even a 10 out of 10. I know you didn't believe that, but that's real. You're down to about a 7 out of 10 right now, maybe a 6. But you are not below 5 out of 5. You're not 4 out of 5. You're not 1 out of 5. I know you think you are, but you're not. The data doesn't support that as of right now. So when we come into these earnings, it is going to be important not only to see what their returns are, but what their guidances are. And what you don't want is uncertainty. And you definitely don't want them saying any new tariffs we're going to pass on to you. And that could actually trigger more cutting too. And you're going to be pissed about it to bring volatility. Or if they say, we've done all the price increasing we can, we've done all the price increasing we can, but the consumer is now telling us, fuck you, no. And now we're seeing a little bit less sales. So we're going to have to eat that. And that is going to cut into our profits and our corporate earnings, non-financial corporate profit earnings, or earning profits. So they're back in line right now. That would imply that their earnings would drop. So over this next quarter for Q3, I wouldn't worry for what their reports are. Their reports should be stunning. But their guidance matters here. And the guide is going to matter for Q1 and Q2, Q4's report in Q1, leading into Q1, 2, and 3 to report Q1, 2 next year. This isn't something that matters today, but I would be paying very close attention, not to the corporate financial return or corporate financial corporate companies guides, I would be more concerned about your non-financial corporate guidances. You do want to be listening very closely to those. And I do think you're going to hear them say something about like, hey, we got to wrap this shit up. And I do see some kind of a maybe a threat from these companies and the street once we get into the springtime. You know, hold the market hostage, kind of a deal like we did in April. It's really all they have are these corporations. It's really the only thing that they really have to like, not necessarily like fight what the White House is doing, but leverage. And so when they heard Trump do that tweet on Friday, that's disruptive. And not only that, it would make me, if I was a corporation, want a seat at the table. Even if I don't get that seat at the table, I want a seat at that table. I want to be able to threaten things and that kind of stuff. And so, anyways, you want to be paying very close attention over these next couple. And you should have been paying attention last ER season, but you want to be, if you're out there watching this show right now, you want to be paying very close attention to the consumer data, the hard data for consumer. You want to be paying very close attention to what the White House is doing. They haven't done this shit since 100 years ago. And you want to be able to put that story together as time moves forward, because it could be good for now, or it could at some point fucking implode. And if it implodes, I think that might be worse than AI. I know that everybody's looking towards the AI bubble, and I think that's the easy one to look at. I think that's a no-brainer. Like when the AI bubble pops, the market's going to crash. I think that's a no-brainer. But I think there's a hidden second one that's very dangerous. That involves geopolitics and war and that kind of stuff. But just keep an eye on that shit in the background. That could be not only like the AI bubble pops, and then you got all this other shit going on. And before you know it, you're looking at, like a 3-year fucking bear market, a bottom that takes 3 to 5 years to climb out of, and then a slow, that's the de-dollarization. It's like the 1950s. We just go sideways and up slowly. And that could take a goddamn decade. That's a long fucking time. And you're talking about people with investments in the stock market. If you get caught in that, it could be very destructive, right? And if I'll tell you the truth here, when you see like gold running, that shit works right now, but it doesn't work when you're in that 10-year period. Like all these fucking guys, I'm going to tell you guys something right here, right now, okay? Like you see like gold going up and you see equities going up and they're outrunning inflation and all these changes and stuff. If you look back at least as the example being the Great Depression, I don't know that it's going to be that big, but when you restructure the economy, there's great risk to restructuring of the dollar, restructuring of wealth, restructuring of who's in power, all this stuff. No one is really safe. When you hear these stories about I used to have my money under the bed, it really wasn't money. They were really talking about gold and stuff like it. You had so in the Great Depression, the government seized that shit from companies like GLD would have their gold seized. Kid you not. In World War II, we had you get a coupon to get gas and to get food and clothing, that kind of stuff. So if you look back in that time period, we had the Rockefellers and people like them. There was a mad rush to safety in tangible things like gold, but then they consolidated industries. And you see that right now. You see the VCs and PEs out there. They're consolidating the funeral homes and the veterinary clinics and telling old men not to give the money to the kids and These people don't care about money because they are afraid right now that it's going to be seized from them anyways. So the idea would be outrun this new economy, get as much value as you can, and then you roll all of that into something tangible that will always bring you money, like repetitive money. So if I'm selling cars like Henry Ford or like Rockefeller with oil and with railroads, and people like them, they survived the Great Depression, didn't they? They consolidated power and business, and there was a stranglehold at the turn of the century. And then when we got into World War I and World War II, they were running the defense stuff, the ammo companies, all these different industries. And we had a bunch of antitrust breakups on this stuff after, right? You guys remember any of this stuff? Broke up Ma Bell. So we go through these cycles. You get what I'm saying? We're in this cycle, then we're in this cycle, then we're in that cycle. And it doesn't mean it doesn't get great one day, 100 years from now, but it takes time to get there. And there are parts within that cycle you want to be doing specific things. So we're not there right now, and this is all bullshit. You know, it's macro bullshit that doesn't mean nothing. It means nothing. It'll happen slowly, and you won't even notice it. Especially if you're young. You know, I'll be dead. You know, this doesn't matter to me. But this is going on. This process is going on in the background. So does it matter today? No. Does it mean we're going to crash and do this big 10-year cycle next in 2026? No. We can go up into 2028. We can enter the bubble like 1996 and do this for 5 years. I kid you not. So the Roaring Twenties, it was not the Roaring 20 or the Roaring 21. It was the Roaring 20s. That's 10 fucking years. So you can see people pontificate about this, all this crap, but it doesn't mean shit. It means nothing. But you want to be watching it. Like, watch the hard data, watch the corporations, watch the ERs, listen to the guides in particular. And I think it'll lay a foundation for you for where we're headed come springtime. I think you do that due diligence now, so when we get there, you're not behind the curve. And I want you to remember something, too. When you have like a trend, that's a year, right? Then you get the 3-month trend, right? And then you get the 1-month trend. Sometimes you get the, you know, sometimes you get some day it's weekly, right? Wham, 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 wham. You want to watch that stuff over time, so if it ever starts to turn down in a meaningful or destructive way, you're ready for that. Because the street will begin to price that shit in. They normally do. As we start to put together more and more data, more and more of a story, and we start to, oh my God, we're changing trend now. It's been 3 months, been 6 months, been a year. Doesn't matter right now. It's not something you can trade or anything. But just be aware of that as we enter this earnings season. So we have Friday, October 17th. This is OPEX. You guys want to know where we're going? What time is it right now? You guys want to know where we're going from here? Just to give you guys an update or an idea of where we're going. I'm over here fucking pontificating on bullshit. I'm fucking farting in my own cup and sniffing it. Oh, yeah, that means something. I should make a video and monetize it. If I say market crash, I'll make a bunch of money. Sorry. You guys want to know where we're going? I'll show you right now. It's fairly easy to see. Remember Marco was here, right? You know what equal highs are, right? You know what the bat wings look like, right? Here's one right here. You got the down move right here, and you're kind of looking for this, aren't you? New high. We could even come back down in here, right? You get your double bat wing over here, and then you're up here, right? So what are we worried about right now? Just this leg, right? That's it, right? God, I'm getting old. I'm getting so fucking old. So we're gonna look at we'll do this one really quick for you guys. Such an old fucking bastard. Let's take a look at this one really quick right here. We've got this prior high right here. You got that one right there. We're gonna remove this in a minute, but I just want you to see that. You got this one right here. This is the drop. But you don't have to worry about this one. We know that why. We know that Marco was over here. We slammed his ass over there. He's mad, but he's up here now. You took these stops right here. This is telling Marco already to go higher. If you didn't know that, I'm telling you. So this right here, you did not want to see this if you were a seller. Right there. Not that one. Don't look at that one. That means nothing. That one matters. It's not just the neckline and the head and shoulders. It's that he's over here. And he's taking another shot over here. And now he knows that the window's closing. So he's probably up here now. Way higher. So you're going to expect this to get taken out. Okay? Expect it at this point. And I already showed you this morning what to look for to fucking hedge on the high and on a low. So you got everything you need here. So for right now, we've got this one to deal with right here. And you're going to have an expectation here that we follow these this one right here. You want to be watching this one. Almost matches perfectly, right? And all we want to do is take that out. Or, no, sorry. We just want to take this one out right here. Hold on here. We just want to take out this prior high. So we want to go like right here. And we don't have to deal with that yet. We don't have to deal with that yet. None of that. The only thing we want to do. We always want to use the back test on the hourly trigger too. So we want to look for this move here, the start of this move, and we're just looking for that right there. Now you're going to reject this too. You're going to reject this, and then you're going to go up. So I'll show it to you how it should look. You want a more, like, I would just tell you it's like this. That's all you need to know. And then, hold on. And then down here, I'm going to clean this up for you in a minute, but I want you to see it. Just down here, support is your hourly trigger again, right? You want to check your hourly trigger, but also you want to remember that we've got the big round numbers. That's 60 down here. You see it? This is your fallback. Big zeros, right? And you can go as low as this if you wanted. But where is it at? It's right here. Right there. And then you want to take this one out right here. Oh, sorry. You want to hit that one right there. Have that one right? I think I do. Hold on here. Right there. So hold on. I want to bring this back. Goes down. About there. You want to see, it doesn't have to get that high though. It gets a little bit lower. So I'll show it to you right now. Ready? You come up and you fail this. I should draw that a little bit lower. Hold on. There's 670, 685 and a half, right about here. Going a little bit crazy here. I'm going a little aggressive here. It should go like this. They'll catch you here. They're going to try to throw you down just to confirm. Here's your hourly trigger. Here's your 1 hour. It's potential to go down here, but I don't think so. I don't think so. And then we should finally break above this prior high. And this let me just draw. I'll redraw this here in a minute for you. You want something more accurate. This should go 672.50 right about there. right about there. And then we can actually make a potential for a swing lower into this 17th. Now, what's important? Let me just draw this again for you without all this. Oh, sorry, that should be. Just get rid of all this crap. Hold on. Below right here. No, I don't need that. Hold on. I just need to make this a 1. This one right here goes 1. This is straight. This is dotted. Remember, dotted is we could pull back there, but your add plate, the places that you add are the solid lines. See it right there. And remember, OpExes are oftentimes right at 0, right? And this is what's important here. I want you to watch this right here. OpEx, that seems appropriate. 670. And this is where we're getting into why OpEx matters. And earnings season matters. We're going to get into that in just a minute. So you got, oh, wait a minute. I'm going to get rid of this now. We don't need that. We already know where it is. This is 668.55. Down and then up. 672.65 is the target. There is some potential that we can blow past it and settle into 670 for OpEx. I don't like that trade. There's potential we can do it. I hope we don't. The reason I say that, I mean, I kind of hope we do. It would be nice to go up here and crank that one and come down, or maybe it's actually 680. It could be 670, 670, excuse me, 670, 675, 680. We don't know. You don't know. Nobody knows. Bulls can make an argument that you want to see the straight shot so that afterwards it creates even more room from breaking trend. I can understand that argument. I don't like it because the only reason I don't like it is because I hate all-time highs where we are. Whenever we get like an all-time high, let's say we get an all-time high like right here. When we come into OpEx, it's a perfect opportunity to fucking sell this shit down next week with expiration and actually break trend down here. So we don't know that information yet. There's no reason to talk about it right now. We need to see what the outcome is. So for right now, not knowing if we hit this 672 or 682 here or later, and my calls are not for that time period, are they? My calls are far enough out that I can hit that now or on the 31st. So, fuck yeah, we go up here and hit this one now. Awesome, I get a print. If we don't, and we go up here and we park at 670, and we just like jackknife down on Vixpiration. We're still in trend. Hold that up right there. And then all of a sudden, I catch the Ramporama for 46% of S&P 500 reporting. And the fucking quantum computing conference and the Aztec or whatever it's called. We'll get into this in a minute, but Trump and Z in China, yay. And then they set your ass down here after the 31st. And you get the real prints for these. You get the real prints for these reports and guides. You get to consume them. And then you get the real prints in December if they're good. That's a common way we do things in earnings season. So We'll go with common unless something else changes. If we go up here or down here, we start blasting up, we start running away, we'll chase it. I want you to also remember that we're at the new quarter, and you've been given some fucking beautiful opportunities. One of the best opportunities I've seen, clean opportunities for a new quarter. So you got a new quarter right here. You've had some fucking outstanding, like, hey, I'm going to hedge a high, I'm going to buy a low. You might get one more down here, but I wouldn't bet on it. I mean, you're giving that's a beautiful, almost too perfect. You want to put longs on for the quarter? You might get one more down here. You might get another chance down here. There's a bigger trend that isn't formed yet. So you might get one more chance. I don't know if it's here. I don't know if it's here. I don't know if it's a bloodbath. But, we're in day 15. You got the first week of flows. We're in the fucking, you got 10 sessions. You got to be ready for this shit when we come into it, right? Not getting all fucking goofy with the we're going to crash shit. And all goofy with we're going to 700 today. You got to have you're being given opportunities. These things matter into the end of the year. And I'm not going to disagree that you can't make a ton of money at the end of a quarter in December. I'm just saying that these are fucking layup trades. This funds oh my God, we're down 5%, up 6% on December 25th. Or not the 5th, but 21st, 2nd. I'm saying that this stuff is something that's like set it and forget it. You don't even look at it. Side of the barn shit. Now, if you're not that crowd, this doesn't pertain to you. But if you are, I love these fucking trades. These fucking trades, they print, man. They're a very high probability of printing. I showed a trade yesterday from Option Strat for the spring, and it had a 93% probability of paying you I think it was 600%. It basically captured all the upside, captured all the downside, and you could close it whenever the fuck you want. And it's just a money printer. If you didn't see the private stream last night, you should watch it, because one of the trades I was looking at, it wasn't executable just yet, but on a high, it's a gorgeous fucking trade. It has this big fucking money making, up into the winter and then down into the spring, and it was just fucking tons of money. Anyways, if this doesn't involve you, don't worry about it. If you don't give a fuck, I just trade this shit cap, I understand. For the rest of you, though, for earnings season, if you're trading earnings season, you can trade this here. You get your kick-ass thing. Let me come in November. I would be looking for that low. Your favorite stock, everybody loves it, and then all of a sudden they don't love it. I'm going to take the money off my favorite stock and now find my new favorite shiny thing to talk about. You know that crowd, right? Oh my God, everybody likes my stock right now. When they leave, you should be looking to actually take a nice big fat fucking long on them. Especially if they had a good guide and a good report and they didn't print. Every company's not going to do that. So you look for the ones that do. You want to be looking for those companies. Do not rely upon CNBC. Do not rely upon Market fucking Watch. Do not rely upon Benzinga. No offense to you guys out there. To any of you out there. Any of the media. Fuck the media. If they say this was the worst guide ever, you need to read it. You need to see their P&L. You need to see their EPS and their guide, because they'll get shanked, and some of these companies will get shanked and they come roaring back, and that's the real fucking trade from their Q3 report. And if their guide for Q4, the reports in Q1, you could make a fucking substantial amount of money over here. If you want to know who to follow on that kind of stuff, follow Winky. I don't give a fuck if Winky has no likes. If anything, if Winky has no likes, follow it. It's just like social media. You know, everyone's going to congratulate Winky on when it's done, but they never congratulate him when he's plotting and planning. They're just like, fuck that guy over there. This is the time of year where you pay attention to what Winky's talking about. He's likely exiting trades that he put on way back here. And he might leave some runners for this, but he's also watching very closely. Oh my God, they fucking annihilated this thing. These guys had like the best report ever. And Winky will watch all this shit. And he'll be like, oh, dude, they just took down fucking your favorite stock over here, and I'm just looking for the turn. Or he's down here accumulating, and you're fucking you're like, so like this, right? Like this, and one stock. Like, so the rest of the market's doing this, and one stock is not. That's my favorite. So you have divergence between market and that one stock. So you're like chasing these, and Winky's like way down here. And so you're looking at shiny objects on reports and shit. And Winky's like, you're like, oh, next stock, next stock, next stock, next stock. Winky's watching this shit down here. And it's like the rest of the market moves on. And Winky jumps on like here. And you're like here. And so when we get here, Winky usually is like fucking killing it. Like he's outperforming the S&P 500. Why the fuck would you ever want to trade the S&P 500? You just give your money to the S&P. Why take the risk on a company in the S&P? You need companies that are in the S&P that are divergent from it. The easy trade here is for you to just buy the SPY on a low. They cycle these companies in and out. If you're here to outperform the S&P 500, you should be looking in this time period right here for the one that doesn't. It's in the S&P, but it's the, redheaded stepchild over here. If you ever watch Winky very closely, he outperforms the S&P 500 with S&P 500 companies. So these aren't risky like small caps or small crappers or spec growth. He does a great job with this shit. So I would urge you, you don't have to fucking bother his ass, but I would go in the Discord and be like, search Winky's name. And I would read everything he talks about when it relates to stocks. I would listen to other shit personally too, but in particular for why we're all here, I would be listening to his discussions and his things that he talks about. He's like, oh man, this fucking stock got hammered in here. I'm watching it right now. And all of a sudden you see like a week or two later, he's like, oh, it's starting to turn up right now. I'm going to start position here. I'm starting, and you're like, everybody's focused on that shit. This is the burning hair on fire shit. And Winky's like opposite side of all of that nonsense. And then when you get done at the end of the year, you're like, I made 10%. Winky's like, I made fucking 300 or 30 or 40. And you're just like, God damn, that fucking guy killed it. How did I miss that? So just keep that in mind over the next week or two. Keep in mind that we have people in our Discord that trade different things. And right now, this is where Winky fucking shines. Now, while Winky's shining, there's no cool party. Nobody's paying attention. He's all alone. And that's the 10%. That's the 1% and the 3% and the 5%. Those guys, you follow them. What are they looking at over there? Why don't they care about if this stock goes to the moon? Why are they looking at the one that's down the fucking dumpster? Like, why? Well, I had a target down here. I mean, I know this thing was supposed to go here, but it got fucking sent down here, so I was waiting for it. And now I'm watching it. And maybe some of these things continue on, they crank up, they go up here. But Winky's down here usually, and this thing gets dragged up with the rest of the market. And he's so fucking under everybody, it's stupid. And then he's selling into you. So you always want to be under everybody else, if you get my point. Anyways, I think we got this. You have the expectations. You want to see them? It's right here. Don't worry about this stuff right here. This is a 1 hour time frame, or 4 hour. I'll do it in a 1 hour. Hold on. Don't worry about all this nonsense right here. You have a 1 hour trigger right here. I mean, a 1 hour. What about this fucking nonsense? There's a 1 hour right there. It's gonna go. It's gonna go just like this. It's gonna go ram. Right. As a matter of fact, you can even draw this on a. I'll put this even on a more refined look to it. Sorry, I've got problems with. You got this one right here. If you want to see it on a more refined basis, maybe. Do you see how I have? Do you see this line right here? I got the tick just above it. So I didn't even see that wasn't even here before. So what you're looking for is you got to beat this one right here. See this wick right here? So you should smash it. See that wick right there? Right? And then you should be up here like this. Then you should be like this. And then dot down here. Hourly trigger comes down and whammo to the upside. And you got a 4 hour down here too, I think. Let me just check this really quick. Getting a little sloppy here. Oh, yeah. There's a 4 hour right here. I should have marked that and I didn't. Apologize. Yeah. So the way is higher right here. You're a buyer. This is a 4 hour candle right here. We already know that, right? One more thing to look at, because that 4 hour candle is below 2. There's one more down here. This was a 4 hour candle. Getting a little sloppy here. Haven't been drinking. You got to remember that one too. There's some pain down there. Back over here. Just want to remember this in case we do get sent lower. It is possible. We can, theoretically, we can blast down here and then go up. I don't think we do, but it's not a high probability outcome. Right in there. Now I want to show you one last outcome here. There is a sneaky Pete thing that can happen because it's OpEx. Where we grind, and then they sweep us up into 60 up here, 70 up in here. This would be dealers doing this to you and not, this wouldn't be Polo or Marco or any of those guys. This could be a function of dealers just wanting to murder the chain and then let it loose up into this one here to 70. We do have that potential there because we are an OpEx cycle. So just be aware of that too. There's nothing you can do about that. We can draw this in if you want. The only thing I know is this right here. That right there. So you're up here. You're up there. And you're up here. I think you go up here and then down. But it could be something where we drag our asses up here too. That is the potential for that. No one likes to talk about OpEx cycle. You'll hear people like CNBC and a lot of other people will tell you like, oh, it just failed to do it. Oh, we just crashed on expiration. They won't tell you it's expiration. They'll be like, oh, you come into OpEx and expiration, and matter of fact, we got to do Tuesday at 9 a.m. the day before of expiration. And then we got VIXY on the Wednesday. I'll talk about this right now. We'll call this VIXpiration. I got to talk more about this with you guys. We'll call this Previx. Previx. Now, this doesn't always happen, but you have to be aware of it. And you mostly need to be aware of it the morning of Previx, the day before VIXpiration. You want to be aware of it because let's just say here, let's say we drag and we go all the way up here into 70, right? For OPEX, right? We get a little bit of an unclench in here. Or even if we unclench and go up, it doesn't matter. On your Previx, they will try to like fucking send you lower before you get to VIXY. And it's like it never happened again. You're back up again. So just be aware of this like pre-VIXpiration. Be aware of it. You'll hear people say like, "Oh, we're gonna like go up here, and then what? We're free to move now. Oh shit, we went up." And they're like, "Well, VIX will take care of it. You know, we'll go up here and then we'll jackknife down." And they do it early, and you're like caught holding your balls a day before VIXpiration. Don't do that. And then it's like straight back up, like nothing ever happened. And it's a day before. It's like a little trap that gets set for traders. If you're trading VIX or volatility, time your shit a little bit past this so that whether you capture it here or you capture it here, you're just in the window. Okay? And this is a binary event. So there is no trader out there in a binary event that can tell you what's going to happen in a binary event. Not even me. Like we should do this and we should do this. We should do that. But the moment we get into this, like you'll hear like Andy Constant say to you, like there's a vortex or you're kind of wound into this. You'll hear me say, we're going to trade 70 on OPEX. That's my best guess. You know, we can trade 80, we can trade 75, we can trade 60 fucking 5, we can even trade 60. Just know that there's right in here, there's some kind of a vortex in here. And someone might get it right. Might be like, hey man, I got it right at 70. They look great for a day. I'll tell you right now that I can't for sure tell you where that is. We know where the high concentrations are. I can show you that if you want. You want to see it? If you wanted like an educated guess as to where it is. The magnet or the vortex. Sorry about that. It's more than likely right here. It's more than likely 6,700. More than likely. Fair chance. You want to know where exact tick where that is? Okay, hold on. 6,700 is it is right here. So this is Wednesday, October 15th, the high. On SPY at least. Oh, I'm fucking wrong place. Wednesday, October 15th. At what time though? 9:30. It's not guaranteed, but we'll look at it. Right about here. I hate putting this into a brief because there's no guarantees. So this is a probable outcome. How we get there, I don't know. We can easily go up here, and then right back down into it, right there. We can grind. Literally, we can grind up there. We can fade all this and get sucked up into it. There's a lot of different paths. Most probable path is this. And then down into it. I don't like the idea of coming up into it. There's a lot of danger down here with sellers and shit. So I think this is the most probable outcome. If we weren't in an OPEX cycle, this is where we'd be going anyways. So I like this outcome the best. Right where that line is, right there. I'll give you an exact number for the close on OPEX. 66711 on SPY. I'll even draw it down right here. Right there. Don't put too much faith in this. Please. Just probable, that's it. Go back to an hour here. I got the exact number up there now. So you got OPEX, you got PreVix, and you got Vixpiration. Okay? Now, of course, there's danger in here, right? I'm not going to show you exactly where I think we go, but I'm going to show you right now, okay? I'm going to show you with a pen and not with an outcome. But I want you to think about the prior high and all-time high. It's probably... Where's 675? Big fat round number right there. I guess I am showing you. Right there. Probably right there. Now, of course, we can go anywhere in here, right? We can go like blast up, down into there. We can fade it and go into there. Somewhere in there, right there. That's your all-time high. And I don't like that at all. I hate that. Why do I hate that? Because we're in this potential unclench. You ever heard that unclenching? We have unclenching works two ways. Like window of weakness can be good or bad. Stop fucking taking window of weakness as bad. We can easily like unclench, slam into this shit, then unclench over here. It can be a bloodbath. I want to talk to you about this and look, I'm not going to talk. I think I've already done enough talking on this, but you should be looking back at April in this year, in the April OPEX cycle, when we unclenched. In the opposite, we went this. God, dude, seriously, stop that. In the opposite of this, we went like this. So you do have to be aware that if there's a trap in here for bulls, this could get violent. I mean violent. You want to go back and look at it? I can do it on your own. Go look at the VIX and the OPEX for April. So this is still dangerous down here. Danger. We're gonna pretend, not pretend, but we're gonna think about where we should wind up after expiration and pre-VIX and VIX, window of weakness, and I guarantee you they're already talking about it. But we want to be looking at this trend right here. So you come into pre-VIX, expiration. We're going to spread this out in a minute, but let's say you jackknife down there. We just like touch this. Now remember, this is going to be dotted. And I want to bring you to one more thing here. This is the important part of this lesson. You want to keep your eye on the hourly trigger. If this does not follow this price action, even though it's a new low, and I told you earlier, you get the low and the new low, and the hourly is coming down. If the hourly does not fall with price, just like here, price will ricochet back up like it never happened. So be aware of that. A lot of you are going to expect this kind of a move into expiration, and then we're off and running up here. That's potential for that too. But just keep your eye on that. And I want to show you the rest of that trend over here. There's there's not a trap. There's like a bear trap over here or a bull trap, depending on how you view it. If you were going to take that short-term hedge in here, you would want to see you're waiting for price to go down here. And then you'd be looking for this to be chasing. And on any failure of bulls here, with a stop above, you would take the fucking short into middle of November. Okay? We're not there yet, so there's no point in doing this. Don't listen to people that are already doing this either. Don't listen to them. They know what the fuck they're talking about. They've been fucking wrong so many fucking times. This time is different shit doesn't matter. It really doesn't. These fucking guys, it's constantly. So right in there. You can actually see the trap for the bulls. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, dudes. If you guys don't have the hourly, it's going to suck right back up, take all your put money, and we're out of there. So don't fucking fuck with it. Do not. And then we should go up here and hit that 682.50 right there into the 31st. Now, this can also be here. If you want to snip this, you can. You're watching the show still, dudes. This is like gold here. Like we start coming back down right here, jackknife, VIXy. We make a new high, and the hourly triggers right here. You're long, you're adding. Bloodbath down. If the hourly is not following, long. So just be aware of this stuff. See it? Now, some of the bulls are going to tell you a completely different story, aren't they? The bulls are going to tell you that we're going to smash this, we're going to smash this, we're out of here. And the bears are going to tell you we're going to roll down here and it's going to die. Don't fucking pay attention to those guys. We can chase this shit up. We can turn to a seller down there. It's a way out of the range possibility. And even when you get there, you need rules to trade it. So don't fuck with that. Don't do that shit. I'm telling you, this is the most probable outcome. This is the highest percentage outcome for what's going to happen. Don't fucking care with the I told you so's. Those people that are out there, they come and they go. The guy's name will be Mike, then the guy's name will be Bob, then the guy's name will be Jim, the guy's name will be, Aldolfo or something, or Aldo, I mean, they come and go. You know, it's Mary, Bill, John. They're here and they poof, they're gone. You know, the next time they try that shit, it doesn't work. They just disappear. They say it's going to work before it happens, then it doesn't happen, so they disappear. The one time it hits, it does. You want to follow something like this. And if we get the outside the range shit, we chase it. Okay? We know what the outcome is down there. We know what the outcome is if we unclench to the upside. We know how to chase it. Okay? So right about there, it's something like this. You want to snip this? You can. I'm going to wave to you to snip it. Okay. So we are now into earnings season. If you're looking for the largest percentage of earnings season, you got a bunch of events coming up. We got a rate decision. We've got the Huang and Lisa Su thingy. We got the China thing. And we have a bunch of reports, don't we? We've got 46%. I think it's 40. I think it's 46% of S&P 500. Reporting. Inside of ready. 27th. What's going on here? From the 27th. 1600. 31st, 1600. 46% of the S&P 500 reports right here. That's a fucking huge catalyst. Huge. 46%. Come on now. What's going on here? On the 29th? Oh, we already got that one. 29th, we've got at 2 p.m. We have the Fed rate decision. That's right there. We'll just put it right there. Fed rate decision. Trump 6 hours ago said that he's ready to meet with President Z. I'll just read this article really quick. APEC is October 31st to Saturday, November 1st. We have APEC right here. So make sure I have these dates right. GTC is October 27th to the 29th. I got that. This goes back a little bit, though. 9 a.m. GTC. Fed rate decision. And this is what matters, isn't it? Then you got like up, right? A little bit of OPEX wobble. We don't know if it's all the way down here. Seem appropriate, wouldn't it? And then you got the NVDA bros over here in a low. If you see us trade up into this GTC, I would say it's a sell the news event. But I don't see it yet. I'd like to see like the GTC come into that, right? You come down into the morning of the Fed rate decision. Fed rate decision up here, down here again, like it's nobody's business. Deal with APEC and Trump. Maybe Trump goes, whoops. And then we're down. This is what I expect. Now, I got to tell you something here. You know, there is a potential for us to drop into this fucking shit. That they front run all that crap, like front run earnings, front run tech earnings, GTC, Fed rate decision, and it's afterwards. All I would say to you in this is you've been given opportunity. Here and here and here to trade and take the money and run, or to even go up and trade the money and run from bottoms and tops. So no matter which path we take, you should be able to capitalize on all of these. If you want to know what I think happens here, I think it's like this. If I was a dealer, I'd be like, yeah, fuck you and all your calls, and fuck you, because everybody's long. I wouldn't want to pay any of that shit until the end. I'm going to post this for you in the Discord. And I would also be looking for, some kind of a drawdown in November. And this is really what I want to talk to you guys about now, okay? I talked about this in a private stream. You had the warning candle. Now, this does not have to play out. It does not. See the warning candle right there? This is called caution. It's not crash. Not predicting, just saying use some caution. And this is the only, I said it once before, I'm going to say it one time on public, okay? Remember that Marco is up here? I haven't forgot about him. His ass is my heel until I own his ass until I own his ass until we're out of in the clear. Now this Marco character is going to be over here, and he's going to be over here. And in all scenarios, I showed you on Tuesday the CTAs, COTs, and where they are. I've got some more detailed shit from white papers. I think you actually, if you're a pro trader, you've had that shit for like 2 weeks. I think 2 or 3 weeks you've had it. But the CTAs and the vol control gangs and all those people, I want to issue this one warning on public, okay? There's no way to trade this yet, but It's not confirmed. It's just a caution bar. But this was Marco over here. This fucking guy up here is going to try to sell you again. I don't think he's successful. And I think that the higher you go, the less successful he can be. But I do have to warn you because I think that there's easily, watch this closely, okay? At least, some kind of a jackknife down. So that's 82. There's 70. And at least a trip down here to 60. But I want to issue a warning about this fucking guy. And I got to talk about it right now. It's no big deal if this gets picked up in November. Yeah, cool. The 15th, 17th. Flattening out, we're out of here. Cool. If we blast down here, I think there's a bull trap down here. I can't guarantee it. I know a lot of bulls are waiting for this to get long. I am deathly afraid of that. It may be unfounded. It may be unfounded. But I don't like it for where we are in the year. I want to show it to you down here if I can. This is unknown yet. Now, I know that some of you bears and bulls want at least this into the 15th of November. Somewhere in there. Usually before, actually. And then it turns up into December to hit the 700. You see it? Show it to you right now. Somewhere up here, 700. I want to talk to you about this though, because there is definitely like a see this. Hold on, I gotta get rid of that. And I'll explain this better for you clearly with crayons. You see that right there? Even if this is flat, if this begins to roll, this daily velocity begins to roll, there is definitely like a chance of us cascading down. This is your one leg, and this is your second leg. It's not tradable yet. If you're in a high up here and you want to hedge it, you can. You make money here, it recovers and goes up, but I would be hedging down to 560. If we get a high up here, I would be hedging to 560. You just make sure you're making some money in here in case we do turn around and up to the upside. But I think the hedge should be about 560 on an upside hedge. I showed that to you this morning. I said, if you get up there, you put a hedge on, you look for the 560 for the big print. Now, I'm not bearish here. Don't fucking go on public and say Jim's bearish. Ain't no way that's happening, but it's right down here. I'm going to show it to you. Just heed this warning. There you go for your Christmas fuck you. There's your 560. There's the gap. Now, this would be like Christmas Day. If we're down there, don't say I didn't tell you. The only way that I can see that you trade this, if you're a seller, the only way that I see that you trade this would be on a high. And what you do is you wait for up here and you put your longer term hedge on. And you should be printing some money down here. And if you see the turnaround to turn higher, you close that hedge. And if you see like the blasting through, we're failing, and the daily trigger is chasing, you leave that fucker on. And blast our asses right down here. And there's a shit ton of bulls that want this too. So you're going to hear, listen to me closely here. The reason I've been talking about this stuff is because, can you close this? That light is like right in my face. Appreciate you. Thank you. If you, or if that happens in any form. So if you, let me just go back to this really quick. If any of this happens, or even this, you're going to hear the noise is going to be astronomical. If we broke through that weekly and the daily starts chasing, it's going to be like, fuck all the bulls, fuck their fucking 700. They're all wrong. You need to, I think that, no, I don't feel, I think that no matter what this is or doesn't become, whether this goes up or it goes down here and up, or it really starts cascading, or even if it just goes down here and up, or even it goes all the way down, I don't think it's going to matter. I think that there's a lot of danger in here for both buyers and sellers, both sides. I would almost recommend, if we ever hit sooner, between now and the end of the month, if we hit this this 82 or whatever, 82.50, from that point forward, I might even recommend that whether you're long or short or wanting to buy a dip, that you maybe even just turn off the TV, turn off social media. If you're a community member, I would turn that shit off. I would retreat back to the Discord and rely upon your mentors and myself to try to see where we are. I think there's a lot of danger in there all around for everybody. I think there's danger for all of retail in there. Whether you're a doomer, whether you're a dreamer, whether you're a FOMO, or whether you're even a regular trader. Even if you're a good trader, I think there's a ton of danger of drinking anybody's Kool-Aid. Anybody. I'm going to be my most untrustworthy in here, and down there. And if we don't go down there, I'm not going to trust anybody. I'll be honest with you. I'm going to trust a fucking soul. And I'll probably limit my consumption of what I'm told more and more as we get closer to there. And it might be nothing. We could just be up here 82, 15th. We're out of here. No big deal. But you got to be really careful. This could make or break your year here. And I got to stress it. The danger in here. Danger for everybody. Buyers, sellers, I don't care. This is like a retail fuck show in here, in my view. And they don't want you exiting this year with your money. I'm going to tell you right now. They're not going to want you exiting your money here this year. So anything that they can do to take it from you, they will. And I don't give a fuck where we go, up or down. Do not fuck up your end of year. If you're green this year, do not fuck it up heading into this time period. This is pure, unadulterated fuckery in here. And I know if you're out there and you're like an ICT guy, or you're this guy or that guy, I realize that under most circumstances, you want to see this. I think that the bulls or the buyers need to leave this for December 31st or beyond into the spring. And there's a reason for that. I'm going to explain it to you right now. This blue line here matters. This is bull market. I go to 4-hour here. This is bull market here. And this is fucking bear market. So if you get into a weak part of the year in the beginning of next year, in like March, April, and you want to fuck around with back testing this shit, you have the ability here and a little bit of safety to go higher and enter the bubble. You have the ability to break below it and not enter the bubble. You have the ability to get an all-time high and have volatility. You have the ability to fail and go down. There's a group of traders on the street. I don't know who they are. I don't know if it's Mike Wilson. I don't know who the fuck it is. It's when I say Marco, it's not really Marco. I know it's CTAs and I know it's Vol Control Gang. You know, you can't see Vol Control Gang here and CTAs here, but this also helps them to do their thing and not break support. Do any of you guys know have the full chart to see? I have it. I've given it to pro traders, but that's it. If you see the CTA charts, the vol control charts, this makes more sense because they're not going to lose that big giant fucking chasm down there. Or you have a choice not to. But I just need you to know it's there. It's there for right now, and it's there for the spring, and it's there for December. I like the idea of having 3 choices over here in the springtime rather than just, fuck you, we're out of here, we're never coming back. And this is very dangerous early. This is very fucking dangerous. You're like blasting down here into the end of the year. And, you know, you're really angry. Sentiment shifts. You're like fighting your way up to get into March. You got a new low in the summertime. And that shit's triggered and on. We're on. You know, crash, bear market, all that shit. I like the idea of a crash, though, by the way. I just don't like the idea of it right here. I like the idea of it over into here. And then we decide if we're going to go into a bear market or not. Here, I just don't fucking like it. I just don't like it. I like nice, neat packages. I don't like being underneath and being told, fuck you, no. And you start looking at shit like this down here. So just be aware of it. Don't get crazy. Don't trade it. Don't be like I'm fucking max short. Like these fucking, I don't want to call them what I want to call them. Plenty of time to trade that. I just want you to be aware that after this, we really, really need to pay attention. And you're really, really going to hear a lot of different people. You're going to hear some guy that's going to say, oh, I called the top. People want 1 million followers. I don't know why the fuck they want 1 million followers. I'm assuming it's to monetize it, but some asshole's going to be up here saying that's the top. You know, like Marco. Crash in October. They only have to be right once, and then they get 1 million followers. Don't fucking listen to those people unless you want that fucking cred. If you're here to make money, ignore those fucking people. Fuck those people. I'll tell you right now, fuck those people. You're here to make money and not fucking lose your account and not blow yourself up. Retire. Don't have a job anymore. The rest of them, fade them. Don't fade them, but don't listen to them. They have ulterior motives. They're trying to sell sizzle and story and soap opera and, you know, all that shit. That trade is not viable right now. But it lurks in the background. And it was this bar right here that said, be cautious. This bar is the warning. It's not the warning for this. It's the warning for a bigger move down. I don't think this shit comes until... You want to know what I think happens? I think it's something like this. I just don't like it because If it was any other time of year, it was fucking different economic cycle, different this, different that, I'd say do it. And that doesn't mean we can't go up either. I just don't like it. It's very dangerous down here. I really like the idea of like revisiting this shit and revisiting this shit next year. Clean slate, window dressing end of year, print all your shit. Bulls are happy. Fuck yeah. I know sentiment wise, sellers and doomers want us, like shove it up the ass of a bull. I get it. I understand the sentiment. But for mechanics and technicals, I do like the springtime. And it gives more options to the street to decide what's going to happen. And there's a lot of fucking money here. There's a lot of fucking money here. So, and I don't mean a lot like people have investments. I mean a lot of money to decide with. Are we going to sell it all? Are we going to go up? I don't care about like how much money you've made or whatever, but and I get the suck up bear shit down here, but I see it already. So, it ain't gonna fuck me up. And it ain't gonna fuck any of you watching this. 936 of you are watching right now. It ain't gonna fuck any of you up, and that's all that matters. And I'll show it to you when it happens, okay? Or if it happens, I will alert you. I will tell you. Do not trade it right now. If the only thing you could do here, if you wanted to, would be to put a nice big fat hedge up here. Just hedge that shit out. You can do it short term. You can do it long term, whatever you want. I looked at it yesterday in a private stream. It's easy peasy. It's cheap. Matter of fact, you could hedge that with some long term puts, and you wouldn't even lose any money, and you wouldn't lose any sleep. And if we start to turn up, you could take the hedge off and then put it back on again on the 31st of December. I just want you to know that it's there, okay? Full disclosure. It's definitely there. And don't fucking walk around and be like, that's how the market likes to do it. That's not true. When I say like there's so much money, I mean like all these buyers and banks, they literally, you've heard of window dressing, right? The most probable trade is up, and they'll get that window dressing, and then they'll regroup. They'll look at the data. They'll look at the White House. They're going to look at policy. They're going to look at Jerome. They got an election coming up next year, midterm. And that's like a whole new cycle of what is the plan for this year. Okay? Just be aware of it. Do not fucking trade this thing. Do not fucking trade this thing yet. Not trade this fucking thing yet. Just focus on this. This is all that matters. This is it. And you're aware now. And I spent the fucking morning talking to you about it on such a small level that now we're talking about this. So if any of these outcomes happen, when we get there, you should already be prepared. Oh shit, Captain Jim James, I got to check in with him. He's already thought this shit through. This motherfucker's thought it through right into next spring. Like, if this, then that. If that, then this. I'm already watching it. You don't need to. Just come hang out. Cool? And do not fuck this up, buyer or seller. You can get annihilated in here, both of you. Fucking sellers can fuel this fucking run to 700 like it's nobody's business. You're like puts and puts and puts, and the fucking dealers will take that fucking money from you and rob your ass again. Cool? No, I didn't get to any fucking stock picks, and I'm sorry. So what we're going to do tomorrow is we'll do just pure stock picks. We're not going to do anything with day trading tomorrow. We're just going to spend our day tomorrow. Tomorrow's what? Thursday? We're going to spend our Thursday tomorrow talking pure stock picks. What to look for. I'll show you hey, if I wanted to buy it on a low, where that is. I did this in last week. It's like, this is where I want to buy it. This is where I want to own it. I don't give a fuck if it goes up. I give a fuck about the divergence with S&P 500. So I'm going to leave you with this today. There's a lot to consume. This is public. You can reference this video You don't, if you ever hear people on Twitter say you said this and said that, I fucking have a goddamn stream all day long. This is the facts. This is what I say. This is the real deal. So, and I'm on record for this shit. So just be aware of this in the background, okay? If we get up to 82, you'll hear me on the stream say things like, do you have a hedge on? Let's look at them again. If we start breaking through and the triggers are following, I'm going to say too, don't buy that. You know what I mean? If I see that it looks like it's going to go back up, I can start buying. We're out of here. Let's get out of here. So think about that in a larger time frame, okay? I'm going to leave you with that tonight. You can reference this video. This is probably the best video you're going to see out there. I'm not trying to be egotistical. It's probably the best video you're going to see for this whole quarter. I don't think anyone is going to show you all that shit from this morning to right now. It's probably the most valuable video available out there. Seriously, from when I got on at 10, 30, 11 to right now, probably the most valuable video you could watch the whole fucking rest of the year. Gives you the ins and outs of the entire market, probably. I don't think I'm missing anything here into the end of this year. If you want to know what my take is at the end of the year, 7,000. That's for real. Unless something changes, we're trading 7,700. Actually, I'll tell you one more secret. It likely won't be 7,000. It'll likely be like 695. Like $5 under, or 6,950. Likely. Now 720 is a probability. 7,200. 720 in SPY, or around there. But it's an outside the range outcome, just like crashing is. It's outside the range. I'm not even paying attention to it. If you wanted to structure your trades to capture that, you can. Just make sure you're getting paid underneath 700. And if you catch the extra upside, fuck yeah, congratulations, bro. You're amazing. This is the most probable outcome for the rest of the year. And we'll deal with the outside the range shit when it proofs itself to us, up or down.